Sandra, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Shaw, and I'm chair of the Toronto Preservation Board. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 18 to order. Welcome, everybody, here, there, everywhere. This meeting is being held using the city's WebEx technology, with members and staff connecting by video conference or calling in. Because we are meeting remotely, we ask for your patience with any delays and technical issues. Members of the public can observe the meeting on YouTube. We currently have speakers who have been connected to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto Preservation Board page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I would like to request that staff keep the video turned off unless they need to speak or answer questions. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate on each item and during votes. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I would like to encourage you to turn on your videos so that I know you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk staff and recording member attendance for the minutes of the meeting. I also ask that all members and staff keep their microphones on mute unless you need to answer a question or speak. If any members do wish to speak on an item, please make sure your video is on and raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I will create a speakers list. When voting, I ask that members make sure that your video is turned on and raise your hands clearly to indicate your vote. Members, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk staff are available by email at teycc@toronto.ca to help with your motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the board would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And it is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. So to start, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic. Okay. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on September 29, 2020. Can I have someone to move, please? Elizabeth? All in favor? No one's opposed? That's carried. So now we are going to review the agenda. The first item is PB 18.1, Proposed New Ontario Heritage Act Regulations. We have a staff presentation on this item, so I will hold it down. The second item is PB 18.2, alterations to a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 1067 Yonge Street, Ward 11. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Our next item is PB 18.3, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, an authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 165 Stanley Avenue, Ward 3. There is a staff report with recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item? If so, raise your hand or unmute your mic. Okay, seeing none, I will ask someone to move the recommendation in the report. Julia, thank you. All in favor? No one is opposed? Thank you. Just going to mark this, excuse me. Our next item is PB 18.4, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 41 and 47 Fraser Avenue and 135 Liberty Street, Ward 10. We have a speaker registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Our next item is PB 18.5, demolition of a property designated under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 33 Avenue Road, Ward 11. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Our next item is PB 18.6, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 60 Queen Street East and 131, 133, and 135 Church Street, Ward 13. We have a speaker registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Our next item is PB 18.7, report of the working group to consider options to improve the advisory role of the Toronto Preservation Board. This is all wards, and this is, I will hold it down. This is our item to discuss, and our next item is PB 18.8, preservation panel minutes. There are no recommendations. Is there anyone who wants to hold this down? So if not, I will ask someone to move to receive these reports for information. Jeff, thank you. All in favor? Okay, carried. So that includes the agenda rundown. What I would like to recommend so that we have information fresh in our minds is that PB 18.1 goes first, and then we move to the working group report, which is 18.7, in order, because those two items relate, and I would like to handle them that way. Can I have a motion to accept this? Paul, all in favor? Fine, thank you. Okay, turning to my second screen, PB 18.1, proposed new Ontario Heritage Act regulations. I believe Mary will be making a proposal. Giving a presentation.
I can make a proposal if you like.
What do you want to do, Mary? One of those key things.
Good morning. Good morning, board. Good morning, chair. A bit of an apology in advance. I have the perfect storm of problematic working at home. I have jackhammering to my left. I have somebody putting on something, a roof next door, and I have a very cranky beagle. So if I'm interrupted, I apologize. Let's hope this goes well. Yasmina, if you could please share the presentation on the screen. Excellent, thank you. So I'm here today to give an overview of the proposed new Ontario Heritage Act regulations. And as you recall, we have a brand new act. It got delayed in terms of it being in full force due to the emergency measures. It's still coming toward us January 1st, and there are little pieces along the way that we have to attend to. And the current project is to provide formal comments back to the province on the regulations that are being put forward to clarify some of the actions and requirements that are related to changes to the Act. First slide, please, Yasmina, or next slide. Just a bit of a reminder of the highlights of Bill 108, which is changes to Section 11 of the Ontario Heritage Act. In the new OHA, we have heritage principles that are spelled out, and these are principles that it says council is intended to consider when they are making decisions on applications. And these principles are prescribed by regulation. So we'll spend some time on that today because the regulations are out, and so we need to talk about those principles. There's a new 90-day designation prohibition after a prescribed event as defined by the regulations and subject to exceptions also contained in the regulations. So we'll focus a bit on that. There's new definitions of alteration. There's new permissions required for demolition of heritage attributes with appeals heard by the LPAT, formerly changes that were partial changes to a property. What we would normally call alterations were heard by the Conservation Review Board. Now everything goes to LPAT. There is a new mandatory complete application process for certain application types, and they're absolutely mandatory no matter what you're applying for on a heritage property, whether it's affecting attributes or not. You have to submit a formal application under the Heritage Act. And so we have some suggestions for that relative to the regulations. And just to remind everyone that the LPAT will hear all appeals. The Conservation Review Board does not exist anymore for heritage matters. So after January 1st, even our appeals on designations will be heard by LPAT. Next slide, please. Just to give you a sense of the timing, the draft regulations were posted for comment a couple of weeks ago, and we are preparing comments to go in for next week. And just to say, I'm going to be spending less time on sort of going over what the city's comments are because we're still compiling them. But the board was interested to know if there are any regulations that they might want to provide comment on directly on behalf of the board. We anticipate that all of the amendments and the regulations will come into force on January 1st, 2021. We've been asking periodically to see whether or not there might be some delay. We're asking about transitions, but so far, that's what we're doing. So we're getting ready. Next slide, please. The first thing we had to do to get ready was to bring a report to council, which happened this week, which was about changes to the municipal code. And these changes essentially establish city requirements for the complete applications, because you have to spell that out exactly what you're looking for in order to assess if an application is complete enough. We've introduced some new application types based on new wording in the Act. And we sought two particular delegated authorities for the chief planner. And this is to reflect the fact that we may be under more extraordinary time pressures because of this concept of the prescribed event, which I'll go over because that was defined within the regulation. And so with that time pressure, there may not be an opportunity to complete a full council cycle moving through committee to council. And so we have sought and received delegation for the chief planner to report directly. And finally, we thought that it was prudent at the time to get the chief planner to be able to have delegated authority to negotiate time extensions, which were defined in the regulation, which is very helpful, so that if both the city and an owner agrees, all sort of time limits that are spelled out in the Act, both new and old, can be suspended to kind of take the pressure off situations. Next slide, please. So the next focus for us, as I said, is to provide comments to the province on the regulations. And I'm going to highlight the regulations for you today, maybe provide a little bit of comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions about these as I understand them at present. So one of the big things that popped in through regulation was this idea of the heritage principles. And we're all familiar with the variety of standards and guidelines and legislative policy, the shall conserve of the PPS and the Planning Act, and we refer to our own official plan. And the new Heritage Act introduced this concept of the heritage principles. And it says the following are principles that a council of a municipality shall consider when the council exercises a decision-making authority under a provision set out in subsection 1 or 2. As with a lot of new things, we're not entirely sure how consideration is to be of these principles is to be demonstrated. We'll have to assume that it has to do with providing some comment on the principles within the staff report so that council can reflect on them. But we weren't sure until we saw the regulations what those principles would be. And so what is spelled out is that the principles are property that is determined to be of cultural heritage value or interest should be protected and conserved for all generations. You'll note there, and this is something we will be commenting on, the use of the word should, and that is a non-mandatory requirement. So we are trying to understand at a basic level the interplay between these principles and the mandatory requirements of the provincial policy statement, which states a matter of provincial interest, which is shall conserve. So the first observation is they're not matching up, and so we need to have some clarification about the relationship of these two concepts and the policies, and understand the province's thinking around, hierarchies, for example, how we reconcile those things. Second principle is that decisions affecting the cultural heritage value or interest of a property or heritage conservation district should minimize adverse impacts to the cultural heritage value or interest of the property or district, be based on research, appropriate studies, and documentary evidence, and demonstrate openness and transparency by considering the views of all interested persons and communities. So at face value, this seems very reasonable. Again, you'll note the word should. And it brings in something in terms of the principles that we've only really had reference to in our standards and guidelines, which is the idea of considering the views of all interested persons and communities. So that would, of course, be very broadly understood to mean a local context, perhaps a cultural community or affiliation, an owner, all of the people who are involved in having an interest in this. And so this has certainly always been the task of the work we do, to try to reconcile various interests. And there's the cranky beagle on cue. If we could go to the next slide, please. And finally, we have a principle that says conservation of properties of cultural heritage value or interest should be achieved through identification, protection, and wise management, including adaptive reuse where appropriate. And this principle is kind of a short form version of some of the lengthier provincial policies. And so again, when you start to have policies that look similar, but they have slightly different language, it's hard to know how you are meant to be interpreting these in a coherent way when you're analyzing policies. And it says, for the purposes of this section, adaptive reuse means the alteration of a property of cultural heritage value or interest. I do apologize for that sound. And to fit new uses or circumstances while retaining the heritage attributes of the property. Sandra, if you could give me 30 seconds, I think this is becoming too distracting. I'm sorry, my apologies. Thank you. Okay, she's outside. Next slide, please. Okay, the draft regulations, in addition to the principles, also include what we were waiting for, which is the definition of what a prescribed event means. So the prescribed event is a critical moment in time beyond which the city only has 90 days to designate a property, or it loses the right to designate the property at any point during the application. So it's a make a decision early uh, uh, direction. So the prescribed event has been defined as a complete application for an OPA, rezoning, or a plan of subdivision. And so we are currently discussing this with community planning, how to marry an understanding of time limits based on the complete application review process. So this brings the Heritage Act and the Planning Act, it weaves them together in a very direct way, in a way that was only happening through the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement stating provincial interest in conservation. So now we have a direct relationship between planning applications and when a municipality can use the provisions of the Heritage Act to protect heritage properties. There are extensions, which is appreciated to the prescribed event. You can have a mutual extension between owner and the city. There are extensions for what's called emergencies, if there's insufficient time to consult, or if new information comes forward. And we start to see some general concepts. What does insufficient time to consult mean? What kind of new information? Is that we found out that something is more important than we thought, or new information about integrity, or something like it's impossible to know without some clarity around that. And with policies, sometimes you want things to be open so that you have both owners and city have some room to move around. So we'll be asking questions about these things, but I'm not overly concerned about them. And then there are information and material for minimum application requirements. And this is something that we are kind of concerned about at the city from the idea of a tsunami of application processing. Those of you who are watching or sitting around the table here who own a heritage property have probably always appreciated the sort of seamless way that we've tried to do things through the Toronto building process and not have separate application processes for the basic kinds of heritage permits changes that don't require any kind of planning approvals. The new act requires an application process for in all cases, and there's no clarity around exceptions. And so interior alterations, for example, where there are no interior attributes, you're changing your plumbing, you're changing whatever. So we'd really like some exceptions built in here so we don't end up just papering over people who own heritage properties, which is not usually conducive to making people feel like it's an easy thing to own a heritage property. You're always getting tied up in red tape. Next slide, please. And the last one there that I didn't mention was just about transition. And so there are regulations around when an application comes in, which is it the old act or the new act that applies. And in general, anything coming in after January 1st is subject to the new act. We are going to seek clarification around this idea of the prescribed event, because if an application has been in the door but has not been deemed complete, because sometimes things can remain incomplete for months, depending on an applicant's ability to provide the required information. And so if something has been in for 4 months, say, and then is suddenly deemed complete on January 10th, does that mean that we only have 90 days from, to designate that building that has been under discussion already for months? So that's the sort of example of just some of the intricacies of what we'd like to have clarification on. In terms of all of this work, these are the next steps. City will provide comment on the regulations next week. Those will come from the chief planner via letter. We are currently very busy developing application forms related to heritage planning, IBMS, which is our internal database system for processing permits and planning applications. We're working with Toronto Buildings, clerks, community planning, and with major support by City Legal to implement all of these new processes. And we're updating our heritage impact assessment terms of reference. We are creating a new terms of reference for cultural heritage evaluation reports in order to assist us in determining value earlier in the process, hopefully with support of an owner / potential applicant. We're going to have to review the option for fees, which is something we don't relish, but all of this work requires support. We need to, for example, we need to hire application technicians, that kind of thing. So we are reviewing existing applications that may not be subject to the transition clause, so we're not surprised. And we have a full team, a multidisciplinary team that's working together to advance all of these requirements, including SEPA, the Business Performance and Standards Group, the new C2K, which is kind of the new development review processes that are coming on in the future. So there is a lot happening in a very short period of time, and we're hoping to be ready for all of it. We intend to. We may not have all the technology ready, but we will certainly have paper forms and processes worked out. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to hear them about anything that I've reviewed today. The focus of my talk really is to help you get your heads around the regs and whether or not the board may wish to provide comment on anything that they see as being needing clarity.
I've just gone to side-by-side view, and just so that I can see if there's any questions from anybody. I'm not seeing any. Is that correct?
Thank you, Yasmina.
Okay, now I'm back to my grid view. Yahoo. Okay, so, oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. You have your mute on, Jeff.
I have a question for Mary, just in terms of the added complexity here, the forms, the process. This seems to be contrary to the espoused direction of the current government. I'm concerned that the impact on the city in terms of staffing. My question is simply, are we, or are you as a department head, are you, obviously you're going to have to prepare budget submissions that take into account the additional resources required. And I just want some assurance that that's the case.
Thank you, Jeff. And I would agree with you. This creates a lot of, and so that's why we are seeking through the regulations some flexibility for exceptions, because the more exceptions we can put into play, the better. We don't need to be putting people through needless paperwork and expense just because they have the pleasure of owning a heritage property. In terms of the staffing, this was anticipated, and you may recall we brought forward a report that was the city planning response to Bill 108, which was the better part of a year ago, I suppose, where we were thinking ahead and trying to understand. So we did ask for some additional researchers that we can attach to our development review teams to provide faster pivots on decision making for heritage value within planning applications. We've put in for a couple of application technicians, and those are the key positions that we've secured. There is a hiring slowdown. Obviously, the city's budget is heavily strained, and so we're bringing those positions online as we are able to within the current climate. And so that is well looked after, Jeff. I think it'll take some time in order to understand the actual impact and amount of time, and then we'll be in a better position to understand, did we get it right or do we need more? I mean, there's always room for more, particularly in terms of the actual work to process the applications and to work with applicants.
Elizabeth?
Thank you, Sandra. So I had a question, Mary, about the nature of the delegated authority to the chief planner. What types of projects, their scope and breadth, the chief planner will determine under this new system.
Well, it's
small
been
projects, large
general.
projects. I didn't quite understand that.
I would expect that the delegated authority will largely be used for designations in getting them quickly within the 90-day period. Elizabeth, are you having connection issues? Okay. So
I can hear you.
But we've left it very general. So that was the recommendation of city legal, so that if there were another circumstance, for an example, if there was a demolition that was happening and we didn't have time to complete the full cycle, we've relied on member motions to get these onto the agenda, which requires a willing councillor. And, you know, in most cases, the councillors are on the same page, and so they have been willing to put them on. But we wanted to ensure that all applications that were subject to time limits could get directly to council without actually involving a political decision, and in order to ensure that the city is meeting its obligations under the Act. So it may be used in a variety of circumstances, but we need to be careful about its use. We intend to be very careful, use it for only urgent moments, and that is the requirement of any delegated authority, is it has to be demonstrated as urgent.
Thank you. And just a so would that be the point at which the formal application is received as being complete by the city? I think that's an important moment in time for us here.
It is absolutely what we understand that moment to be. And there's clarity about timing relative to that is in the regulation, but that is essentially what we're dealing with. We are hopeful because of the exceptions that have been built in, that the majority of applicants will mutually agree with the city to waive the time limit. And if they don't, then that's a good indicator that a property needs a protective measure. And so we won't stall our efforts, but it would be very difficult for us if there was an insistence on this. And so we're hoping that the majority of people don't use this as an opportunity to try to stop the city from designating because they insist on this time limit, because it will be difficult for us to keep up. That's for sure. If a lot of people, I think most people want to continue the conversation. I don't think most people want to catch the city out in these ways. So
thank you very much.
Any other questions of Mary? Okay, discussion among ourselves. Any comments that you want to discuss with fellow board members? Thank you, Mary. Okay. So that's a presentation. Ellen, do we have to move to receive it?
That's correct.
Okay, can I have a motion to receive this presentation? I'll move it. All in favor? Thank you.
I'm very sorry, Madam Chair. I couldn't hear who you said moved the motion.
Me. The chair did. Who is making all that noise in the background? Did you hear, Alan? Is that okay?
I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear who actually moved that motion to receive. Could you just let me know? Thank you.
Yes, I move it. Did you hear that, Alan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So can we please now move on to agenda 18.7, which is the report of the working group to consider options to improve the advisory role of the Toronto Preservation Board, which in light of Mary's presentation, you understand it's more critical than ever. Yasmina, do you have the slides that Elizabeth provided?
I'd like to first start without the slides, so I'll let you know there when I get to those, okay?
Okay, so Elizabeth, would you like to present, please?
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the work of colleagues and fellow members of the working group, Robert Alsop, Matthew Gregor, Jeff Cattell, and Kim Story, and also to gratefully acknowledge the participation of Joe Muller, who provided staff support and background information to our discussion group. Our group met several times over a 7-month period and consulted with heritage consultants and other professionals, and also discussed the thoughts and suggestions outlined in the letter from the chair of the Preservation Board dated January 20th, 2020. 4 critical concerns are detailed in the report, which I hope you've all had an opportunity to read. The first is minimal participation by heritage professionals during the early project discussions and peer project reviews. Second is a narrow focus on project review, limiting discussion of heritage and the cultural landscape. At sometimes incomplete and graphically poor project information provided to the Preservation Board, and the lack of opportunity for public comment and deputations. We feel that immediate changes are necessary to strengthen the heritage oversight of development proposals. Our goal was to recommend changes that can both occur within the current framework of the planning process and be implemented within the statutory mandate of the board. Not requiring council approval. So in other words, we didn't want to make recommendations that would cause the council to evaluate and reorganize their systems, recognizing that that would be a lengthy delay. Inaction or lengthy delays in procedural approvals will result in a loss of heritage attributes and the cultural landscape of the city. The working group interviewed qualified heritage conservation professionals, including heritage representative on the DRP, the Design Review Panel of the city, and others working in a consulting capacity for applicants in the preparation of heritage impact assessments. Also interviewed were other private sector architects, including a co-chair of the Design Review Panel and former director of urban design. All observe that it's important to retain the Preservation Board in its current role. A common observation was that heritage and heritage planning staff are on the sidelines of the larger planning and urban design review process. This is reflected in professional representation of the Design Review Panel, where there's only one heritage professional that is a member of the panel. And heritage concerns can only be reviewed and considered by the panel when that member is in attendance. So that is cause a very deep concern by members of our working group and individuals that were interviewed. Integration now is even more critical as the cultural heritage landscape criteria become more commonly applied to heritage review. The design lens should be a large part of the assessment of the cultural heritage landscapes and how these are affected by streetscape and public realm. There was also concern that reviews are governed by legislated limitations as applied by the official plan, heritage conservation district plans, and other city policy documents, as opposed to guidelines that are more in depth when applied and capture the spirit and intent of the legislation. And I think we've heard a little bit about this as well from Mary's presentation, where policies are in fact going to be more critical. This limitation to policies rather than to guidelines establishes the requirement for staff to keep in their lanes during the discussions, and thus making the conversations very narrow. A very important point that several observed was that project reviews would best occur prior to submitting the project applications. Again, this is linked now to the prescribed event that Mary described a few minutes ago. In many instances, large projects are in fact discussed in the pre-application period from 9 to 12 months before the application is formally made by the developer. It is only at that point that the details of the application are put on the application information site at the city. And that is when the heritage impact assessments or statements are identified. So in other words, the general public, unless their planner has mentioned the project to the community groups, the general public has no indication that discussions for a particular project are underway. And the 9 to 12 month period of those pre-application discussions are when the direction of the project is determined. City planning staff, to some extent heritage, transportation, and the gamut of other folks that are involved in the discussion of the project, make their direction known. When the application is finally made, now as a prescribed event, things are pretty much firmed up by the time, and that's the time it goes to the design review panel, and that's also the time after which the preservation board sees it. So in fact, there's not much opportunity for guidance or wisdom by either of those, either the board or the panel, to be able to provide input to the project. The proponent, the developer, has already spent almost a year preparing drawings, paying consultants, and so on. And so any changes are marginal. And anything that has not been identified as an important heritage resource has not been included in the impact statement, or if it has, it's been probably directed towards the application, and it's very difficult for anybody to comment on it. So I'd like to, now you could put up the slides, please. There will be discussion by other members of the working group, I'm sure, but I'd like to just quickly go through the recommendations. And I'm going to expand on the ones that are say a few more words than the bullets that are on the screen. So we feel that early participation in the pre-application consultations by heritage planning is absolutely necessary, and that it must include broader contextual concerns. For some projects, members of the Toronto Preservation Board, independent heritage professionals, or other professionals with a track record in conservation and planning of cultural heritage resources might also be asked to participate. This will provide an overview of important heritage concerns at an early stage in the project. And again, it's particularly important now with the restricted timeframes. Secondly, issues must be identified in the pre-application process, and the discussion of those issues must be put into the heritage impact assessments in the staff report to the board. Those issues should not be omitted from the impact statements. The board needs to be aware of what the concerns were in the pre-development proposals. Thirdly, we need to increase opportunities for local community participation by expanding the role of the community preservation panels to include the review of the redevelopment proposals. We suggest that a heritage review panel of heritage professionals is made up of a roster of heritage preservation professionals and other professionals with a track record in conservation and planning of cultural heritage resources, and that the members of that panel would be called to provide expertise in community preservation panels as projects come up that include heritage resources and are discussed at that level, that they participate as members of the design review panel to increase the heritage presence on the city's panel, and that they also review projects that are not scheduled for review by the design review panel. At present, the design review panel only considers a number of projects, but not all projects that are developed in the city and that may be considered. And so there may be several important heritage projects that do not make it to the agenda of the panel. And we feel that projects that don't make it to the panel could in this manner be considered by the Heritage Review Panel. So it's not another layer. It provides an opportunity for heritage consideration of these other projects. We also recommend that the membership of the Design Review Panel include additional heritage professionals to ensure that all projects with potential heritage impact will have the benefit of this expertise, and that any project that's considered at the Design Review Panel must have the presence of one of these heritage professionals. Heritage planning should collaborate with other planning and urban design staff in the preparation and presentation to the Design Review Panel. And minutes of the meeting should be given to the Preservation Board at the time of their issuance. So the board is aware of the considerations and discussions at the Design Review Panel. We need to expand opportunities for early and frequent public participation. This should occur with the preparation of the Heritage Impact Assessment, discussion of the project at the Community Preservation Panel, and public consultation meetings. The working group further recommends that a pilot should be established for a 2-year period to participate in the early project discussions at community preservation panels when heritage resources are being considered. They should also participate in the pre-application planning discussions, this 9 to 12 month period where direction is given to projects, and they should review projects that are not scheduled for the design review panel. Again, as a pilot, the project would not require major committee or interdepartmental staff reorganization. It could be introduced to test these recommendations, and an evaluation of this initiative could be undertaken after, and it provides some helpful insights for a more robust longer-term restructuring of the heritage review process if the Toronto Preservation Board considers it to be necessary. And finally, a very important recommendation and encouragement to city staff is to complete the citywide survey of heritage resources. Heritage preservation requires a comprehensive, up-to-date heritage inventory of listed and designated properties. Acceleration of this initiative, particularly now as there is this 90-day period that we must adhere to after the prescribed event, will provide heritage planning with the necessary tools to do their work. Presently, not enough tools are available to heritage planning in their toolbox. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Elizabeth, thank you. thank the whole committee and Joe. I just think this is such a thorough job. I just think you did yeoman service. I think on behalf of the board, we really appreciate all of your efforts. Are there any questions first to Elizabeth? And then we'll have a discussion. And Ellen, I want to just reconfirm that we can pose questions to Mary if we have any concerns about whether any of the recommendations, what's the word to use? What implications they may have at this time. So first questions to, oh, sorry, Ellen, can we pose questions to staff?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so first questions to Elizabeth, especially for those who are not part of the working group, because there's a lot to absorb here.
I'd also like to welcome other members of the working group to answer questions because we all participated in this equally.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions? Barbara? Barbara, you're muted.
Okay. You
Okay.
can hear me now? Yeah, I have a question about
Yes.
the Heritage Review Panel and all of your discussions with the group. I know that you've kept it fairly loose and not giving criteria of who would be the members, but what were your thoughts on who would be the members? Would they be city residents? Are you going to reach outside of the city? I mean, what I can see with the Heritage Review Panel with limiting within the city is that, in fact, we are reusing the same people that are involved in this process now.
Yeah, so we thought that the Heritage Review Panel would comprise heritage professionals. They do not necessarily need to be from within the city. We recognize that we can't keep calling on the same group of people because it will be difficult for them to participate. One, they may be involved with projects that are going to be considered, but also we recognize that these professionals do exist within the I guess it's CHCA, is that right?
CHPs.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And so we were looking for broader representation coming from the organization, not necessarily limited to the city.
Okay, and other question, it wasn't quite clear to me if the thought was to embed a member of this committee onto the community council groups, the community groups, or to have this as a standalone sort of on request from a community group that the heritage professional come in.
You know, we hadn't really discussed it to that detail. Initially, we thought if there was a matter of heritage resource that was being discussed by the community group, then an individual could participate in that discussion. So provide supplementary resources to the community panels, really.
And where does the direction for the Heritage Review Panel come from? The Preservation Board, or will this be Heritage Preservation staff asking someone to participate, or is it coming from the community asking someone from that board to participate?
Again, we hadn't discussed it to that detail. We wanted to determine what our recommendations might be and get them out very quickly, and because we recognized that there were these gaps in projects that were being considered by the city. And we also recognized that Bill 108 and the new Heritage Act was coming up. And so, you know, there are the devil's in the details, and there definitely are some details that need to be worked out. But our recommendations are, you know, more at a higher level and broader in scope rather than prescriptive staff requirements at this point. So we need to
Okay.
work with heritage planning.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is that who is this heritage review panel answerable to? The preservation board or staff?
I don't know, do other members of panel have an opinion? We didn't discuss that within the panel.
Am I coming through?
Yes?
Bob here
Still
speaking.
broken up, Robert?
Am I connected now?
Yes,
Am I connected now?
yes.
Okay. I think certainly my notion of what this Heritage Review panel will be is similar to the Design Review panel. And I'll talk a little bit about afterwards, but the Design Review panel recommends to staff. It does not recommend the council or any of council. And it's quite unlike the Preservation Board, of course, in that regard. And I think that is its value, that it can opinions and make recommendations that are followed up by staff. And for me, that's a very important part of the concept. The other comment I would have on it, I'm aware of a panel that is specifically dealing with heritage. I would much prefer to see some kind of expansion of the design review panel where all dimensions of planning, including heritage, are thought of at the same time. But I think that's an area for us to discuss further if we move forward on these recommendations.
So further to that, I think one of the concerns that we did discuss in one of our working group meetings several times, in fact, was the problem of the timing of the design review panel. Yeah. The design review panel discusses the projects after the application is made, and the time and after direction has been given to the architects and developers and so on. So there's a bit of a disconnect there. If we link into that, we will have missed the boat in the project, and then we're into the 90-day period, and unless the developer is willing to work with us, it will pose some problems. So while it would be good to be able to join the design review panel, and certainly we recommend that there be more larger heritage presence there, the timing is difficult for us and will not accomplish what we need to do in terms of the project discussion. So if that review could come earlier in the pre-application process, then I think we'd have a winner there.
Could I comment? So what you're really
Sure.
proposing is that setting up a peer review group for the heritage consultants that are already employed by the applicants that are supposed to be providing the appropriate heritage conservation advice. But what this review committee would be is a peer review of those consultants that are hired by the applicants in the pre-application period.
I think that that's quite right, because it's not just of those peer consultants, but the nature of the discussion needs to be contextual. It needs to have more breadth. And so the impact of the proposal on the heritage resource would also need to be considered. So it's not meant to really be a peer review of the heritage consultants who are, after all, working for the developer, but is meant to review the appropriateness of the development on the heritage resource in a contextual way.
But I think that's in fact what your employed heritage consultant is supposed to be doing for his client. Now, whether or not that exactly happens, we all know what happens in certain circumstances, but that exactly is what a heritage consultant is supposed to be doing. So what I'm
But-
getting at is in terms of a peer review, and just back to your comment about CAHP, there might be some issue about other heritage consultants peer reviewing heritage consultants working on a project at that point.
Would that not be the same as the design review panel where architects review other architects' work? It's exactly parallel.
But
Well,
the whole goal here, if I could jump in, is to assist the community review at a time when early enough that it can be taken into consideration in the heritage impact assessment. And so, because what happens now is, and speaking as the chair of the Community Preservation Panel for Toronto and East York, a huge area, we are 10 people meet once a month. You need this expertise essentially when you are when you get into discussions and with the developer, and you must take into account, and I think it's brilliant what you've done here, is because all this is a voluntary activity. As our committee, as our board, as we're sitting here today, we're all voluntary. Those panels are voluntary. The design review panel is voluntary, and so what you're trying to do is to get meaningful community engagement at the time when it will matter, and do that in a flexible way and be able to call on resources who may understand and be able to bring and ask the right questions that the heritage consultant can answer in the HIA. But at this point, if the heritage consultant it misses something, or, it's just it's not complete until we don't know about it until the application is going to community council, at which point it's too late.
The other aspect I'd like, Sandra, could I speak? It's Kim. I just wanted
Yes.
to jump. One of the other questions that Barbara had was, was this heritage review panel reporting to staff or to the board? And in some ways, I mean, one of the earlier recommendations is that we would actually have access as a board to the design review panel minutes, and I would imagine that would also include a heritage review panel minutes. So it's not a reportage to us, but it allows us to see a fuller picture. What has happened to the design review. We're not
We're getting terrible interference from something.
I don't think it's me, but
Try to get Kim.
no, I think in the sense that we would have access to that discussion that happens at the design review panel, which would hopefully have a better heritage representation, and the heritage review panel if that happened as well. So it does certainly assist the board.
Hello members, this is Noah from the City Clerk's office. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah.
Robert Alsop, if you could please keep your mic on mute unless actively speaking, as we're picking up quite a bit of background noise from you. Thank you.
And I'd also like to add to that about the representation of the Heritage Review Panel that I don't think in some of our discussions we talked about how it wouldn't necessarily have only representation from the CAHP, but also from a larger community of professionals who practice who may not be members of that. So it's not necessarily just limited to specifically called heritage professionals. There are a lot of general consultants who actually have very high interest in heritage matters as well. So that who would actually be on a heritage review panel was kind of up for discussion and how that would happen as well.
Sorry, Kim, that wasn't quite clear. Were you saying that people on the panel don't necessarily have to be members of KAHP or heritage professionals?
I was saying that there are a lot of professionals in the city who practice who would consider themselves heritage professionals who may not be members of the CAHP.
Okay.
And they could be members of that review panel if they had a
Right.
specific interest in heritage issues.
I just have another comment. I do find it kind of ironic that we're having a discussion of the Heritage Review Panel because there seems to be an unease with what we are receiving from heritage professionals that are employed by the applicants. And it's rather ironic. I do understand it being in the heritage professional field. I do understand where this is coming from, but it is ironic. And the other thing is the discussion of the materials that are available to the board. It's my understanding, I mean, the information that comes to the board is fairly prescribed, and there is a wider wealth of information out there that unless you look for it and seek for it yourself, it doesn't come to you, to the board directly. And I've always seen that as an issue because there are things that come up that unless I spent some time looking through committee meetings and all sorts of things, I don't know about. Just like the HIA, unless I go looking for it on the development application thing, and usually, and oftentimes they're not the most up-to-date one, I don't have that information in hand.
I'm just going to jump in at that point. I want just if I may comment before you, Julia. I see two things. First of all, this is something we discussed in the briefing yesterday, Barbara. That Paul made the suggestion that if there could be links supplied to us so that we don't have to spend as much get live and get a sense of what people are thinking. The other point that I think will happen with this concept is, believe it or not, I have a certain amount of sympathy for developers who think that they've gotten something to where everybody's on side and suddenly decide they're not. I think this is just a much better time to discuss things, to raise any red flags, to have another perspective of, and often a broader perspective of the implications of a particular development application. So that's what I see as the two greatest strengths of this approach. Julia.
Thank you for all of, yep, I'm here. Thank you for all of your work. I've got just sort of two questions. One is, what is the mechanism by which we're selecting the people for this committee? Who is going to go through it? Is it a public appointment? Is it going to be an independent sort of selection? Who do we want to sort of vet the applicants to compose the panel, or is it by nomination? And then the second is, how do you see this committee working with Heritage Preservation Services as they're going through those pre-planning discussions with respect to heritage? Are they mirroring the work? Are they independently advising and critiquing? Just a little bit more clarification upon how those two bodies would work together would be really helpful.
So I believe that the design review panel of the city is selected by staff, by the planning department. I don't believe that it is a public appointment. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. So it could mirror that kind of selection process. And in terms of how do they work, how would the Heritage Review Panel, the idea is that the panel would provide additional resources to heritage planning. It would not be a separate, I guess, step that would add to the layer of additional review process. So it would work together. Robert, you wanted to, I see your hand up.
I guess I'm getting muted deliberately, but to just respond to the question of how you select them, the way that members of the design review panel are selected, the city goes out to the professional groups, the OAA, the OALA, and so on, OPPI, and asks for them to present a short list of people who would like to be on the panel, who would volunteer to be on the panel. And the selection, in a sense, is made by the professional societies. The question that was raised about whether they should be from within the city or from outside, I know the design review panel in Ottawa deliberately introduces people who are not from Ottawa. There are a couple of people, at least a couple of people, and maybe more, from the city of Toronto who are on the Ottawa Design Review panel. So I think the net could be cast wide, but essentially these are people who are volunteering their time to be on the Design Review panel, and they are professionals. And because they are not reporting to council or to a committee of council, but are making recommendations to staff, I think this is an absolutely key dimension of review panels. They're not subject to, or in the City of Toronto at least, are not subject to the kind of censure that that the council might put on them. It provides for a much more open and discussive condition, which I think our board is so limited by its ability to comment in a constructive way because of this the structural nature of our board. Much more open and inflexible, and I think this is a key we should think of when we're thinking about expanding the review process. Does that answer the point that was raised?
Yeah, absolutely. As we move into more discussion, I appreciate the clarification.
Paul, you have a comment?
I'd just like to ask a little different thing. Given that the early engagement is so important, I'm wondering if you've thought about just what would trigger the involvement of this panel, and how would they be mobilized, and who would be able to mobilize them so they get involved early in the process?
Elizabeth?
So my understanding is that the first notion of a project is introduced at community planning. So it would be through the planning department that the need for the panelists would be identified. Are there heritage resources that would be impacted by a proposed development? Somebody contacts community planning and alerts them to a project. At that point, there needs to be a decision made whether this new resource should be included in the discussion or not. I don't know how else anybody would find out about the project other than through community planning. There may be something that comes forward to the councillor in the ward, and that may trigger involvement, but I'm unaware of any other way.
Just a comment. If you're introducing a panelist, heritage review panelist at this point, How does this work with Heritage Preservation Services?
With heritage planning?
With Heritage Planning Services. If you're requesting advice or help from someone from the Heritage Review Panel at this point, where is the staff from Heritage Planning in this? Are we running parallel? What are we doing? Intersecting? How does that work? How would that work?
They would work together. So, I'm not aware of how the panels work now. Let me ask representatives of the panels, when a project is involved, a project is introduced which impacts heritage resources, does a heritage planning staff member also attend the panel discussions?
And I'll give you the experience from Etobicoke, which is we've had some positive change in that regard, because we've been getting more contact from Heritage Services, but largely we're on our own, and we have our own little sneaky ways of finding out what's going on, but it's completely informal and completely ad hoc. So either we hear things from the community, we do get the building permit and demolition permit listings from the city staff, and we watch those very carefully every month to see if somebody's applied to demolish something that we react to. Sometimes it's as simple as noticing that a property is on the market and has a new owner. It's strictly grassroots. And I think I would comment that we would really welcome more formal interface with city staff to know what's going on, and we think we could probably help them a lot if we had that interface, and that is not the case at the moment. But recently we've had a few cases where they've emailed us and said such and such a property is up for redevelopment. Do you have any concerns about the heritage of the property? And they've even asked us for details on what we know about the history of a property. That's been a very welcome direction for us to have that closer contact. I don't know if they feel that was useful, but we certainly felt we had a lot to say on a couple of those properties where they've contacted us.
Jeff, go ahead.
Absolutely would second what Paul is saying. Particularly, we've noticed a big improvement since the citywide inventory has been working hard. Gary's shop has been contacting us and discussing a roster of possible listings, and it's been very encouraging to have that back and forth, and encouraging people to go out there and check, take photographs, and do some research. So it's absolutely essential that contact be there, and we need to move in that direction. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I want to wrap this for some other questions. Okay, the city clerk has presented a motion and that's based on the presentation slides that Elizabeth put together. And a lot of this, as you know, it comes down to the devil's in the detail. And I think that's one of the important parts of having a pilot. It's not in stone. You'll start to see where the issues are as you progress. And it may be a good idea to have, when this is established, to keep the board informed, the preservation board informed as you go along. But at this point, I'd like to put something forward. Ellen, can you post what you sent to me? That's when you see me looking down at my email.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to check with you first. So you're moving to speaking now, and you don't have any more questions of staff?
We have no ones of staff, it appears. that I think we've had a discussion among ourselves. So at this point, I would like to present.
Okay, we'll get that motion ready for you to move. One moment.
Thank you. Thank you. So you can read it, but read it out loud regardless. That the recommendations in the letter from Elizabeth Sison, Toronto Preservation Board Working Group member, entitled Report of the Working Group to Consider Options to Improve the Advisory Role of the Toronto Preservation Board, be forwarded to the Senior Manager, Heritage Planning, that's Mary, Urban Design, City Planning for consideration and further discussion, and to report back to the Toronto Preservation Board. So we would take this to Mary so that Mary and the working group can figure out how to do this. So can I have, this is the motion. Can I ask for a vote? All in favor? Are there any opposed? So it's carried much. So now let's go to all the items that make this a valuable idea. Oh, Robert, sorry, Robert, unmute. Robert, do you have something you want to say? You're muted. Anyways, let's now go to, I just want to see, I need, okay, so
Hello.
we're now moving on to item PB.
Hello.
Are you speaking? This is strange. Okay.
Mooted at your end as well.
Pardon?
We had no opportunity.
Robert,
to
you're
discuss
breaking
that
up.
motion. Okay. Forget it.
I thought we had, but okay. Alan, do we need to discuss the motion?
The motion was tabled and
Ellen?
the motion was tabled and the board voted on it. And it carried, so.
I'm assuming that y'all wanted it. That's why it carried?
I beg your pardon?
Just move on, please.
No, I think we're good. Yeah, let's move on, please. 18.2, alterations to a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 1067 Yonge Street. Which staff member is presenting, please?
Good morning, that's me, Nathan Bordelin, Assistant Planner, Heritage Planning. Can we get the presentation up, please? Hello again, is there an issue with getting the presentation slide back up?
I apologize. One moment, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, alterations to a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 1067 Yonge Street. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, 1067 Yonge Street is located on the east side of Yonge Street, one of the few properties on Yonge Street located within the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. It is separated by other properties within the district by the TTC subway corridor to the east. There are no directly adjacent properties that feature heritage buildings. Next slide, please. Okay, so a couple photos, 1968 photo and a 2019 photo. The existing heritage building at this property is a Georgian Revival style 2.5-story house dating to approximately 1914. There's a Category B building. Category B building within the South Rosedale HCD, meaning is noteworthy for its overall quality and citywide significance. Set over 13 meters back from the front property line, is one of the few remaining house farm buildings on the stretch of Yonge Street. It has been used for office purposes since the late 1940s, and the proposed office uses continue within an updated facility. The building's original appearance has largely been conserved, though previous slate roof shingles, original windows and doors, and original chimneys have been removed over the years. The existing chimney that you see in the recent photo was added sometime after 1968 and is only decorative. Can we go to the next slide? So this annotated aerial photograph shows extensions to the building. The south side extension is assumed to have been constructed after 1914, is proposed to be demolished, and the existing 3-story rear addition is also constructed in 1951-52, are also to be demolished. Heritage planning does not raise concerns with demolition of these portions of the existing building, which are not easily visible from the public realm. Next slide, please. So the site plan has shown location of a proposed new 4-story rear addition to be set behind the existing hip roof of the heritage building. A new 1-story north side addition is also proposed, which would provide access to a new below-grade parking garage. Can you go to the next slide? So here's a rendering showing the proposed rear and side addition behind the existing heritage house. The South Rosedale HCD studies guidelines for additions and alterations to heritage buildings include following, which are not fully satisfied by this proposal. Windows, doors, and details should relate in scale and proportion to those of the existing building. The height of an addition generally should not exceed the height of the ridge and existing sloping roof. A proposed large triangular window we'll see on the left of the heritage house there is proposed, but in its recessed location, we do not find that it detracts from the appearance of the heritage building. And 4-story addition is higher than the existing pitched roof ridge, but set 21 meters back from the front property line is expected to appear subordinate to the heritage house. On top of that, a comprehensive conservation strategy for the heritage building is proposed that involves replacing of the deteriorated pitched roof with a new roof that will match the original roof form with new slate shingles. New chimneys will be rebuilt to match the appearance of the original chimneys. Current vinyl windows within original window openings will be replaced by new wood units that would be designed to match the originals. So next slide. So this is an axonometric view showing the location of the rear addition in relation to neighboring buildings. The addition is though large and contemporary in design, is considered appropriate given the context of this property along Yonge Street, and the proposal in the view of heritage planning meets the intent of the South Rosedale HCD studies guidelines. Minor variances still need to be approved for this proposal. With regard to conditions of approval under the Ontario Heritage Act, Heritage Planning recommends that Toronto Preservation Board support the alterations to the heritage property at 1067 Yonge Street, subject to conditions that prior to final site plan approval, the owner shall provide a detailed conservation plan that is consistent with conservation strategies set out in the submitted heritage impact assessment from ERA Architects, to provide final site plan drawings substantially in accordance with the approved conservation plan, to provide a letter of credit to secure all work included in the approved conservation plan, and final building permit drawings to the satisfaction of the senior manager of heritage planning. I understand ERA Architects is here to provide a presentation on behalf of the applicants, so I'll let them proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. We will pose questions of staff after we see these presentations. And presenters, I must emphasize that you have 5 minutes. I actually can see the clock this time. I will cut you off at 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dan Alon. I'm an associate at ERA Architects. I'll just wait for while the presentation's coming up. That I want to thank staff for their work on the application. We've been working with Nathan for over a year on this particular site, and appreciate all the feedback that's been received. Also want to mention that the project architect that's leading the effort on this site is also on the call and can be available to answer questions from the panel. And also just thank you to the board for the opportunity to present on this item. We understand that it's there's some duplication between Nathan's presentation and ours, so we'll be very brief and just highlight a couple of photos of the historic and existing conditions and the design approach to the site.
Thank you, Dan.
Am I responsible to share the screen, or will the clerk be posting the presentation?
I believe staff who is posting, and first of all, can we turn off the clock, please? This is not the presentation. We need the presentation. Yasmina, difficulty, can we pull it up? Or is this is this a presentation we received? This is 18.2.
This presentation is available on the public website, but I believe that Yasmina will be showing it as well.
Yes, it is. Okay, because just let me take this time to state, and especially since we got received a presentation this morning from one of the other items 15 minutes before the meeting starts, which is not good. This is a very difficult time with technology and people all working remotely. We really need presentations in ahead of time. I can look at this presentation on my second computer, but we really need deputants to provide the material far more in advance than has been happening. I mean, at least within the week leading up to the meeting, please.
Sandra, if I may, it's Mary.
Yep.
Yasmin is telling me that she can see that she's got the presentation up. So I'm not sure if there isn't something on the clerk's end that needs to allow it to be seen. Excellent.
Here we
And
go. Here it comes. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thanks everybody. I'm going to set a timer and I'll try to be less than 5. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
So this image is just showing the site with the surrounding context. You can see that it is differentiated from the Rosedale area in terms of the commercial frontage on Yonge Street. Next slide, please. And this is what Nathan spoke to, that it's a bit anomalous in terms of the extension of the HC boundary, which is shaded in green. Next slide, please. This that should be 1968. Apologies for that typo. So this is a very helpful historic image that we have around the time where the Goethe Institute was in the building. You can see some of the detailing around the windows, the portico, the fan light above the front door, all of which will help inform the forthcoming conservation plan and the next stage of work. Next slide, please. This is a helpful image for the construction of the TTC, just to understand the impact of that and the relationship of this building relative to the district, and how this is really fronting on Yonge and has a commercial presence. Next slide, please. Some just context photos to get an understanding of the scale of the site and the buildings in the surrounding along Yonge. Next slide. This is looking south. This is looking north. Next slide, please. This is revisiting what Nathan spoke to about the dates of construction and our understanding of the resource. Next slide, please. Some existing condition photographs. So this is the west elevation fronting on Yonge. Next slide. This is that south later rear extension. Next slide, please. This is the later addition, modern in style. Next slide, please. This is the north elevation with, you can see the two windows on the left-hand side of the screen, and extension were later alterations to the historic house form building. Next slide, please. So this just indicates the design approach to the site. One of the design principles was to get the surface parking off of the ground plane and to below grade. And so with that ability, there's enhancement to the forecourt, allowing for improved accessibility and landscape treatments, and all of which is being done by substantially setting back the new addition behind the retained heritage building. Next slide, please. And you can see the consistent built form height relative to the buildings to the north and to the south along Yonge Street. And the new addition will have compatible and distinguishable materials, as well as enhancement along the public realm with reconstructed garden wall, gates, and tree plantings. Next slide, please. So we've worked closely with Doosan Architects, who's the lead architect on the project, to identify a conservation strategy for the retained house form building, which includes masonry cleaning and repair, selective repointing, the roof replacement with new slate, dormers, and historic profile to match. We're also going to be reinstating the two chimneys, as well as new flashing and rain gear, soffit and fascia, new windows, as you saw in the historic image, to match, as well as repairs and replacement to the shutters in the portico. And that's within 5 minutes, hopefully. Glad to answer any questions.
You did it.
Thank you. And William Doosan is also here to answer questions of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions of Dan? Robert? Robert?
Yes. Is there in the HCD a height limit? I see one of the cross sections that was not shown in this presentation. A line that shows a height limit.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Am I live? It's William Doosan, the architect for the project.
Hi, William. We can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I can answer that question, Robert. The zoning bylaws for this property, it's CR zoning, commercial residential, with a allowable height limit of 15 meters or 4 stories. The proposed addition meets that height limits, save for a parapet that masks the solar array on the rooftop. The actual roof surface is within the allowable bylaw height limit of 15 meters.
Robert, do you have another comment?
Yes, I have another question. The perspective from shows neither the thing, nor does it show how garbage collection and other things of that nature would be handled. Access to the service area to the northeast corner of the site.
The access, I'll respond to that. Again, it's William Dewson. The coach house, one-story addition to the north, which acts as a vehicle elevator below grade to 2 levels of parking, also has a flow through to the north courtyard. There's a garage door on the east side of that coach house. When both doors are open, light vehicles can, such as vans and pickups, can flow through to the loading zone. In terms of garbage and recycling, that is taken to the street either through that flow-through vehicle access, or slightly to the north, there is a over 0.9 meter access to the courtyard for taking bins to the property line. If there is a larger vehicle for zoning or for loading, it can use the driveway that you see in the rendering, which can accommodate moving vehicles and vehicles of higher height than is able to move through the coach house door. Does that answer everything you were asking, Robert? Hello?
Robert? Yeah, there he goes.
Yes, are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can, okay.
Go ahead.
It doesn't. It seems to me then that the perspective from Young Street hardly represents what we can expect in terms of the forecourt of the building. But I guess that's a comment rather than a question.
Yeah, let me, I can comment on that. The landscape plan reviewed and commented on by both urban design, community planning, heritage, and urban forestry. It was depicted on that slide, the plan slide. This rendering, we were not able to update it to show the permeable paving that will be viewed as a green growth surface underneath the 5 parking stalls to the front. Nor does it show the surface planters flanking the pedestrian access through the gate that you see there. That's the pedestrian gate. And the north hedgerow of columnar trees to a height of 15 feet are also not depicted. However, all of these aspects that were finalized in the last week will be included in this rendering, which will be part of the SPA resubmission scheduled to happen from our perspective in the next couple of weeks.
Do you have any other comments, Bert? Robert, we can't hear you. You're unmuted.
Sandra, are you hearing me clearly?
Okay. I hear you, and Robert comes in and out, and he's unmuted right now, Robert. Do you have another question?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
The answer, I'm sorry, Robert, I'm confused. No other questions?
No.
Okay.
I have no other questions.
Are there questions from, thank you, Robert. Are there questions from other board members? Yes, Barbara. Barbara,
yeah, just to clarify your last explanation. So the last photograph that we're showing with the paved courtyard, in fact, what we'll be looking at is a parking area that could have up to, I think you said 4 cars. Is that correct? So there would be cars parked in front of this house or building?
There's the handicap accessible parking stall, as well as 4 other parking stalls, 5 units. I'd like to point out that currently there's a haphazard arrangement of parking on the site. 11 non-conforming parking stalls scattered to the north, to the south, and in front of this courtyard, which we have, through the use of underground parking and the parking elevator, removed 6 of those and let and reorganized or distilled to 5 parking stalls as a courtyard in front of the building. And yes, they are there. And the intent is to soften with permeable pavers that allow for growth and understory of grass or ground cover to grow through that the cars will park on, as well as planters for annual and perennial plants to flank the accessible or barrier-free pedestrian access, and along with 2 planting beds with the trees that you see, the small hedgerows in front of the building with annual planting and ground cover, annual/perennial ground cover. The intent of that the landscaping in front of the building is to stay low so that the building itself, the heritage century-old house, can be viewed in its entirety. And then there's also a softening to the north with that 15-foot hedgerow.
Okay, just a quick question. The parking out front, is that to be staff or visitor?
That is visitor. Staff is below grade.
So that you wouldn't consistently have all those parking spots filled during the day at all times with staff?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth?
Thank you. So how many parking spaces are you?
Elizabeth, you're not coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the question I have is how many parking spaces altogether, including the handicap space, are you constructing? Surf by mechanical means. What's the total?
You're breaking in and out, but I think you're asking a number of parking. Total number of parking? Total number of parking is 12 spots below grade and 5 on grade. total of 17.
Okay, so that is, if you're putting 12, total of 17, you're increasing that from 11 existing, as I understand at least. You have 11 existing on the site, which you said were haphazard. So you're increasing it to 18. And I expect that that's a significant construction to the rear. Why is it not possible to add all of the 4 other surface parking spaces and only retain the handicap space at grade at the front?
Well, those spaces
Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, the use of the space is the owner, Aubrey Dan's business. It's a commercial business receiving guests, as well as the Aubrey and Marla Dan Foundation, which will be receiving guests for charity events. It is cumbersome to give not only the codes, but also have people arriving at during the day as guests to the business, or in the evening to the charitable meetings, to be going into the elevator, going down into the underground parking. You can imagine that it takes a little bit of care and understanding of how to take your vehicle in and out and working in the controls. The technicalities of doing that become very cumbersome. Hence, we have proposed to provide guest parking on the surface, easily accessible from Yonge Street.
So contrary response, it appears that guest parking may be filled most of the time. It's not going to be just overflow, but due to the activity of the foundation and of the business, we can expect to see those 5 spaces, well, maybe 4 spaces, because the handicapped will have to be left available. Sounds like they all might be filled most of the time.
That's not true. There will be times that they will be filled, but there will be also other times that they will be empty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I have one. I personally find the triangular window, I find it competes with the house, the new build. I appreciate the fact that it's modern. We're not trying to make it look like ye old. That's great. But why did you choose such a distinctive shape? Because it just immediately, when I looked at your presentation and the staff report, that's the first place my eye went.
This is a tip of the hat to the owner. Aubrey Dan has a life as an impresario. He produces live theater, past iterations, very large live theater productions, and now he supports the small live theater community within Toronto. And we saw this as a building, his building, the building to the rear, the addition to the rear, as a tip of the hat to a theater. And that triangular window draws its inspiration from a stage light, and the stage light coming down and lighting the stage entrance, which is the side entrance to the that space between the Heritage House and the Coach House addition.
And I could also add to that
I may have missed this. So go ahead.
There was also earlier versions of this proposal that included additional angular windows, and this was an item that was brought forward for discussion with staff, and through iterations of the design, the number of angular windows were reduced and the number of regularized rectangular windows were increased. And so that was something that Houston Architects and ourselves were in discussion with staff on.
Okay, and I may have missed this in trying to watch, so I apologize. But what is that new building used for?
It's office space.
It's strictly office space, and the Heritage Building will be used as what?
Office space.
It's all office space. Okay, with an entertainment, meaning reception type component to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Barbara?
Yeah, quick question. The triangular window, is that to be lit at all times?
It will be, at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think it will be lit. It will be lit during when the building is open. It won't be lit when the building is not open.
Okay. Second question, and looking at some photos that were with the HIA, is the interior of the older house, has it been gutted?
Yes, it has.
Okay, so that's, okay, because I saw those photos and I wondered about that, if there was anything left on the interior. Okay, thank you.
I still think of it as the Goethe Institute. That's how old fashioned I am.
I'd like, may I interject a point to the existing envelope from an interior perspective? We will be employing high sustainable strategies with that envelope. We will be incorporating passive house strategies to increase the value of the insulation, the air barrier, continuous air barrier, and eliminate all of the existing thermal breaks. So the interior aesthetic will actually be reinvigorated to the historic, but incorporating 20th century technology to take this the actual heating and energy loads down to where we need to get to as we move into the future.
Just a quick question.
Yeah, Barbara?
When you talk about the interior, I'm just curious, you say some historic aspects. Are there actually photographs of the interior of the older building?
Original photographs?
Of the interior.
We don't have any original photographs.
Okay, thank you.
It's not available.
Okay, are there any other questions of these deputies before we thank them and move on to staff? Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Dan and William.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, are there any questions of Nathan, staff member? Jeff?
Just one question. I'm just wondering whether there was any comment on the proposal from the South Rosedale Resident Association or the North Rosedale Resident Association, since it's within the HCD area, and it's also a prominent location.
Yeah, we reached out to them. They initially raised reservations about the triangular windows, but decided they were okay with it, so we proceeded with the staff report.
Okay. Any other questions, Nathan? Barbara?
Just a quick question. May I say that I'm glad that in the new edition you removed those other triangular windows. I think they were quite took away from the Heritage Building. I'm just curious. Is the rationale for the 5 windows to replicate the older building? I'm just wondering if there's some reference.
In some way, yes, there are rectangular shapes below, somewhat being replicated, but essentially it's the size and proportion that we were going for with those windows. They were presented a few different options. We decided that one was the best with the help of urban design and community planning weighing in as well.
Okay, so it's not intentional to sort of bring in the five bay of the older building. And then once again, I'm glad the other rectangular windows were removed. Thank you.
Robert? Robert, go ahead, but
Okay. I find the triangular window awkward, not simply because it's triangular, but the way that it's fitted in space of the wall. I can see some very difficult detail in the entrance. But the other point about windows, I wonder about this so-called coach house and reproducing that semicircular skylight or dormer. It seems to me that what I assume of the dormers on the house somewhat odd in the modern edition. So frankly, I would get rid of it.
I would just add
is your
that
question, would you get rid of it? We need a question, Robert.
Yes.
Can I
are
just
you
add,
asking Nathan? Yeah. Barbara?
I was just going to add to Robert's point that I guess my question would be, Nathan, if you remove that piece from the side building, the garage or the entry, in fact, it might actually take away from the resistance to the triangular window. I mean, in fact, that is one sort of more eye-catching thing that draws you to that triangular window in a way from the representation that we have.
Okay, well, we had not discussed that particular window very much at all. We felt that the new garage, or what's appearing like a smaller detached garage, is subordinate to the existing house, and essentially thought that was enough. We can revisit talking about that particular window with the applicant, but to this point, we're not as concerned with it.
It might unclutter what you're looking at on that building and help with accepting the triangular window.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Any other questions to Nathan? Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Nathan. Amongst us, comments, discussion. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have great concern about the amount of parking that's in front of that in the proposal. Not, of course, regarding the handicap space, but the additional 4 spaces in light of the other spaces that are already being added through the mechanized system of parking. My concern is that it may set a precedent for parking in front of buildings on Yonge Street. There's a shopping plaza, small shopping plaza at the corner of Roxborough and Yonge, which is, I think, about a block and a half south, which has a number of parking spaces in front of the shopping plaza. And, you know, it looks like a strip mall. The architects have taken a great deal of effort to enhance the heritage building through their proposal. They're building a garden wall. They're providing landscaping. I think they're making every effort to try and reinstate the stature of the building. It is most unfortunate that the parking spaces are remaining in front. When cars are low, you may not see them, but most people drive with higher cars, and that's what's going to be visible, and it's going to detract from the view of the building that they're wanting to restore and enhance. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. So, recommendations before us. Would anyone like to put a motion regarding these recommendations?
I'll move the
Mike?
staff. I'll move the staff recommendations and thank them. Thank them for the attention on the matter. We've been dealing with this site for some time, trying to resolve some of the issues that were brought up by the previous speaker, by Elizabeth. And unfortunately, we're going to just have to be vigilant that no new development is allowed parking in front, and we'll keep pushing that.
You're never going to be able to step down as councillor.
Oh, I don't know about that, but
okay.
I'll take that as an endorsement. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Okay. Councillor has made a motion to adopt the staff report. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, now we are moving on to item PB 18.4, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 41 and 47 Fraser Avenue and 135 Liberty Street. Who is presenting on behalf of staff? Is that you, Mary Beth?
Yes, it's me, thanks.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Could we have the first slide, please?
Do we need help? I know this is tough for Yasmina.
I think Yasmina's trying.
Okay.
She just texted me to say she's trying to get it up.
Okay.
Here we go again.
Yay.
Here we are. Nice
Thanks,
job.
Yasmina. So good morning. My name is Mary Beth McTague, and I'm a heritage planner with the City of Toronto. I'm here to present the report in item 18.4, which recommends that City Council state its intention to amend the listing of the property at 41 Fraser Avenue to include the powerhouse on the Heritage Register, and to designate the properties at 41 and 47 Fraser Avenue and 135 Liberty Street under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act for their cultural heritage value. Next, please. Following research and evaluation, staff have determined that the properties at 41 and 47 Fraser Avenue and 135 Liberty Street meet Ontario Regulation 906, the criteria prescribed for municipal designation under all three categories of design, associative, and contextual value. Next, please. The E.W. Gillette Factory Complex has design and physical value as within the former industrial center now known as Liberty Village. It represents a rare factory type designed as a series of separate buildings related to particular functions, including factory, head office, powerhouse, and notably an employee welfare building. The L-shaped complex was also a departure from the standard long rectangular factory volume. The complex is distinctive in Liberty Village as its design features neo-Gothic style roofline crenellations, a prominent corner tower, and its unusual factory massing with its notched wing. Next, please. Finally, it has design value for the 1942 John M. Lyle style designed garage storage building, which with its horizontal linearity and circular shapes and volumes is a fine representative of the streamlined modern style, adding mid-century modern design to the industrial context of Liberty Village. Next, please. Constructed in 1911 to 12 for the E.W. Gillette Company Limited, the factory complex has historic value as it represents the development of Liberty Village as a significant industrial center in Toronto following the Great Fire of 1904. It has associative value with the Chicago-based E.W. Gillette Company Limited, which first opened its Toronto branch on Front Street in 1886. The company manufactured and exported the well-known Magic Baking Powder and Royal Yeast Cakes until it amalgamated with Standard Brands in 1929 and remained at this location until 1948. The complex has further value as it is associated with significant architects, including the American architect S.S. Beeman, renowned for his detail-oriented industrial design products and town designs for George Pullman, the railway car manufacturer, and the prolific Toronto architectural firm of A.R. Dennison and Stevenson, who were renowned for their fire-resistant industrial structures. The renowned and influential Toronto architect John M. Lyle, considered to be one of Canada's outstanding architects of the first half of the 20th century, contributed with his design for the garage storage facility at 41 Fraser. Next, please. The E.W. Gillette Company Limited complex has contextual value as it is located in the Liberty Village neighborhood, which contains a fine collection of early 20th century industrial buildings. Next, please. Situated on the south side of Liberty Street between Fraser and Pardee Avenues, for the past century, E.W. Gillette Complex has defined and contributed to the historic industrial character of the neighborhood. Prominent as it sits opposite to Lampert Stadium Park at the corner of Fraser and Liberty, with its corner tower and fortress-like roof line, the complex is a distinctive landmark within the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Beth. And I believe we have one speaker. It's Eileen Costello from Airden Bearless.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you very much for confirming that. I hope the members of the committee have had an opportunity to review the correspondence which we filed on behalf of our client with the board. I'm not going to go through that in detail, ma'am, because you've had a long morning already. I'm just going to summarize and make a few comments. As I indicate in the letter, our client, Allied Properties REIT, has owned this property since 2004. And as Ms. McTeague indicated, a portion of the property has been listed, but the property has not been designated all of that time. Notwithstanding that, and as is customary for Allied Properties REIT and its extensive portfolio of heritage buildings, my client has been responsible for the ongoing maintenance, for the investment, and indeed the adaptive reuse of this entire block of properties to ensure they continue as employment-generating spaces in Liberty Village, consistent and in conformity with the official plan. For nearly 2 years, my client has been meeting and working with heritage preservation staff and community services staff with respect to its development proposal for this application. For this site. And I want to stop and say our concerns are really interesting given the context of the presentation from Ms. McDonald this morning and the conversation that I heard from members of this board about the need to have a dialogue and the need to have cooperation. I want to be clear, there is no active application for this site. And in fact, my client agreed over a year ago to not file Planning Act applications and to continue to work with Heritage Preservation Services staff on understanding the appropriate heritage response, not only for this building, but given its important status within Liberty Village. And so my letter outlines the great disappointment that Allied Properties feels with respect to this coming forward with no advance notice. And it's quite clear from Ms. McTeague's report that there's been extensive research and analysis that's been undertaken while our client was asked to not file a heritage impact assessment, to not file a development application. And so we're really, frankly, quite disappointed in the process. And I thought it was interesting that Ms. McDonald earlier this morning talked about the prescribed date and the new regulation and the concern that staff have that owners in the future might take advantage of that. And Ms. McDonald said, you know, we don't want people to try and catch the city out on the 90 days. We're not in that circumstance because no application has been filed. But I think Allied quite very much feels that it's been caught out and that this process has come forward while we were asked to not commence our process. And I think in the context of things like the prescribed date coming forward, we are really going to need to start cooperating with one another and acting in good faith. And that's certainly not what Allied feels has occurred. And so I want to say that if the concern from city staff is that the prescribed date is coming, and if they had asked Allied to agree to extend any timeline which might apply in the future, because one does not today, they would have received the same cooperation that they always do from Allied, and they would have been given that agreement. We weren't asked that, and we weren't asked to cooperate in this process. So as a consequence of that, I'm asking this board to not make a recommendation to TEYCC on this application. Instead, I'm asking this board to recommend that staff continue its consultation with Allied Properties REIT, which has been going on for 2 years, and not proceed with the notice at this time. I'll also add, although I respect Ms. McTeague and the research which she's done, I think it's an ably written report. We've only been given 10 days to review it. And I can tell you that the heritage consultants who have been engaged from day one on this file do have some differing of opinion with respect to some of the reasons for designation and some of the specific heritage attributes. And we'd like an opportunity to review that with city staff as opposed to being in a position where we need to appeal. So I thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to make those submissions. And I thank members of the board for the time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so are there any questions of Ms. Costello before we ask staff? Are questions? Robert? Yes, go ahead, Robert.
Why do you think the designation of this property would, in a way, suspend the discussions that you've been having with staff over the last couple of years?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Alsop. It was not my suggestion, Mr. Alsop, that it would suspend, although some other property owners might, to be honest with you, throw up their hands and walk away in this circumstance. Allied's not going to do that. They never do. The concern is more, sir, about the lack, as I've indicated in the letter, about a transparent process. I heard an awful lot about that this morning. And I think this is a textbook example of where the planning process has been adjourned to allow the heritage discussion to occur first and foremost. And in that circumstance, which is what I understood Ms. McDonald was recommending, one would have thought that at the very least, notice would have come in advance to the property owner, and there would have been an opportunity to have a discussion about this before it coming to this board, and it didn't. And that's disappointing.
Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions, Ms. Costello? There appear to be none. Ms. Costello, thank you very much for the presentation this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time.
Okay, so now questions of staff. Robert? Go ahead.
the obverse of the same question. I wonder what staff perspective on that issue are.
Okay, who from staff, does anyone like to respond?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead. And you're muted. And your internet connection's going wonky. It's the perfect storm. Anne is muted. And there's a little hazard light over her name. Is there someone who can help her?
Anne, can you turn your video off and see if that frees you up a bit?
It is off.
Well, it's off because it won't start her camera. She's trying to start her camera. It might change if she just gives up.
Yeah, I would just speak unless there's something that has to be seen. Hey.
Anne is emailing that her system is frozen. So we might need a minute. She definitely has the information that's required to respond to the question. So I'll need Anne.
Okay. Well, I'll just mute and go with the water.
Sandra, I was wondering just to move this.
Sorry, I'm.
Right, it's
Right?
Barbara.
Yes.
I just wanted to know if we can move this ahead. I just had a quick question for Mary Beth.
You can ask it,
Okay.
and we'll see if she can answer.
Okay, my question is, in this letter from Arid Bearless, one of the reasons they give is that they they wanted to continue discussions with the consultant team about possibly modifications to the reasons for designation. I want to know if you feel that there is any need to review that, and I suspect that has to do with heritage attributes on the building.
I think that's what Anne is about to respond to when she can get through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'll not put on my video
Loud and clear.
because it all went wrong when I tried to do that.
Okay.
And I missed the questions in between time as I had to re-log in. Staff, as you know, always tries to work with the developers to come to some kind of agreement regarding development schemes. And in the past, we have always tried to bring forward the alterations to this scheme as well as the designation at the same time. But as you know, with Bill 108, our process has to change and we have to bring forward the designations early. Designation isn't about preventing change, it's about managing change. Heritage staff has advised the applicant early in this process that we want to, all throughout this process, that we want to work with them to find a way to allow growth and development on this property, but also including some heritage conservation. The designation at this time, the aim is to inform the applicant exactly why and what the city considers to be of heritage value about the property, to be helpful to the developers. The designation doesn't mean the city is trying to prevent change. It's about understanding the implications of the change, understanding what the city thinks is important about this property should indeed help the negotiation process. And designating doesn't mean alterations and removal of certain attributes if the owner doesn't support them, doesn't mean that won't be discussed and potentially agreed. As you know, the applicants can still appeal. They have a right to appeal against the designation bylaw if they don't like it, if they don't support some of the heritage attributes. However, I want to stress that heritage staff will continue working with our community planning colleagues and with the owners of this property to find a scheme that allows growth and change here, but also includes meaningful conservation that is informed by the heritage values and attributes that are included in the designation bylaw. So as I've said, dialogue and discussion with the owners will continue.
Do you have any further questions, Barbara or Robert?
No, I think that answers my question. And I, for one, am actually happy that a designation comes ahead before we have them gang together with the alterations. And I do understand that there's room for further discussion and hopefully not too much, but some modification when you're dealing with alterations to the building.
Okay, any other comments, questions, discussion amongst us? We have a report in front of us with recommendation. Will somebody move to adopt? Move to
I will move the staff
Paul?
recommendations.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:07 now. I suspect this is going to be a longer item, PB 18.5. At 12:30, I will have to break the discussion in order to have a vote about continuing on to 1. And should it go longer, appear to be going longer than that, I want to give you warning ahead of time that we have to break for a minimum of 30 minutes. It would normally be an hour, but we could do it for 30 to 40. So let's get going. And this is item PB 18.5, demolition of property designated under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. 33 Avenue Road. Which staff member is presenting?
I'm presenting. I'm trying to get my video to work. It's okay. Actually, I guess. Okay, there we go.
Oh, hi, Dan.
Hi. I think you could hear me at least. Okay. I guess it's afternoon now, so good afternoon, members of the board. Dan DeBartolo of Heritage Planning staff. The item before you is an application to demolish the designated property 33 Avenue Road under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act in order to construct a new 29-story mixed-use building at the site. City Council designated the property in 2014 at 33 Avenue Road under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act by bylaw 52-2015. Could you turn to the next slide, please? The property at 33 Avenue Road is located at the northeast corner of Avenue Road and Yorkville Avenue, north of Bloor Street West. Between 1968 and 1969, the property was redeveloped with a set of red brick modernist structures known as Yorkville Square, which adaptively reused and framed the older semi-detached and row houses from circa 1900, which were located at the corner of the property. Could you turn to the next slide, please? York Square is one of the first examples in Toronto of an innovative new architectural response to urban renewal from the late 20th century that involved the adaptive reuse of heritage buildings. The heritage values and attributes of the property are fully described in your report. Here we see the west facades of Victorian house form buildings along the Avenue Road frontage. Note the 1960s ground level interventions. Next slide, please. Here we see the south facade of the Victorian house form buildings at the Yorkville Avenue frontage. Note the 1960s storefront level interventions. Next slide, please. This, once again, is looking southeast at the Avenue Road frontage. You can see the interface between the 1960s modernist buildings and the house form buildings that are on the corner further to the south. Next slide, please. This is looking at the south facade at Yorkville Avenue, the 1960s buildings, and its interface with the Heritage House Form buildings, which is on the actual left of the slide. Next slide, please. This is looking at the internal existing York Square with surrounding 1960s structures. Next slide, please. On February 26, 2019, City Council approved the alterations to the designated heritage property and authority to enter into the heritage easement agreement on the subject site, which was consistent with the LPAT decision that was from, I believe, 2018. This report recommends that City Council refuse the application as a proposal will remove all vestiges of the site's cultural heritage value and integrity. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have deputants, and I will remind the deputants that they have 5 minutes and only 5 minutes to speak. And the first deputant is Alan Baker, the president of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association. Alan, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Good. Speak. Yes, 5 minutes. Max.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wonder if it would be possible to reverse the order of the deputants so that we could, I believe ERA has a presentation.
They do. Would you mind, Alan?
No, not at all.
I think it'd be helpful to give us a bit
Okay,
of
so then we
context.
can present it. Okay, super. Okay. So from ERA, the speaker is Julie Tindorf.
Hello,
If you can
this is
hear me, you might want to have the city clerk mute.
This,
Alan Baker has been muted, and I believe the representative from ERA is Philip Evans.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, is that you, Philip? Hello.
Hello.
5 minutes, Philip.
Thank you. I believe there's a brief presentation.
A presentation was sent at 9:15 this morning, Philip.
Yes, I apologize for that. If it's not possible, that's fine. I can wing this without images. I just thought it might be helpful for some greater context to add.
Yeah.
Dan's.
We're just waiting for it to come. Yeah, we're waiting for it to open.
I think we'll ask the clerk's office to pick the ball up for us again with thanks. Thanks, Lords.
Can Philip start to address this?
Okay. Thank you so much. So
I see a shared.
Yeah. No, that's
okay.
That's fine. And I won't take long. And apologies again for the last minute submission. You know, in light of some of the comments this morning, you know, the idea of trying to incorporate community interest balance with what it is to establish heritage value as part of a kind of an approval process. I thought it'd be helpful to give some greater context to this demolition application of this designated heritage asset, which follows a resubmission on what had been settled some time ago. So this file, as many of you probably are aware, has been in front of this group probably a few times, and further to Dan's description of what Burton Myers and Jack Diamond had put forward as a kind of response to the evolving character from a residential form to more of a commercial use in forms in Yorkville in the 70s there. This has been a state of continual discussion and debate within the community with staff and the larger community as a whole. So next slide, I think shows the courtyard, which was somewhat of a semi-public private courtyard programmed as a kind of nestled out of the public realm. Next slide, I think shows the scheme that had been approved, and I apologize, the resolution on this isn't great, but what it does show, as Dan had indicated, was the courtyard had actually been decoupled from the building itself, and a new courtyard was proposed next to just to the east of, fronting onto Yorkville Avenue, beside what would be the retained facades of 33 Yorkville, Hazelton, Avenue Road. And this had been acceptable by the community, by the city, by the owners. Over the last couple of years, with the acquisition of the property just to the east of the larger development site that had been settled, gave really a kind of opportunity to revisit the scheme and consider some real kind of public realm improvements that were essentially driven by the community in consultation with the owners. As heritage consultants, we understand that it's our responsibility to not only evaluate, but to make sure that engagement is being part of the process. And I think that's something obviously the city in this earlier conversation today is very much interested in. Next slide. So just to I think, yeah, right there, perfect. So this is a ground floor plan, and I know this is not what's in front of the board today for approval, but again, this is just simply for some context so that we understand why this demolition permit is coming forward right now. So some of the public realm improvements include with the greater step-backs of the tower from Avenue Road in Yorkville. That has increased substantially. That is also complemented by a sort of twist in the tower floor plate, which gives and provides greater light to the public realm. We are dealing with a substantially enlarged courtyard space than what had been previously submitted and improved. And this was essentially a key interest of the community. Also, what was included is improved sidewalk conditions along Avenue Road and along Yorkville, and a greater connection to the larger fabric. And really, that's what this additional property has provided. It's the same number of stories. It's still kind of tower form. The redesign has tweaked and adjusted a bit, and I think you'll see it on the next slide. So the conservation strategy, which we have evaluated in our HIA, identifies and notes the full demolition of the designated property, and that will be replaced in the proposal as part of our evaluation with a two-story structure that still anchors the corner. If you go to the next slide, I think there's a there's a rendering here, which gives you a better sense of what the intent and the vision is intended to be right next door to the Hazelton there. So again, the house form building will no longer be there. It will be replaced with a 2-story volume, which is very much separated and pulled. The tower and development behind is pulled away from. Next slide. So I'm just going to leave everybody with, something that we're all very familiar with. And again, this is what may be a negative impact, and I think is a negative impact to the heritage resource itself, is actually the result of a community-driven improvement to the public realm. And so these are the challenges as we sort of are guided by standards and guidelines, what it is to incorporate owners, users, and community groups in the process. And I thank staff for their advice and guidance and negotiation in this process. And I hope this gives a little bit better context for why this is coming forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Philip. Questions for Philip Evans? None? Okay, I have a question. Philip Gage, was ARA, I can't remember. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. It was almost only a year ago that we designated. Were you engaged at that time?
That's right. Our office.
Were you the heritage architect?
Our office was engaged, Sandra, absolutely. At that time, when that designation report was settled, the acquisition was actually occurring, and since then there have been some engagement with city staff, and this discussion has been playing out in the form of an application that's been submitted to planning staff.
Right. So when you were the architect last year, did you advocate for the retention of the site?
So your
York Square.
Your question is, did I advocate for the retention of?
For the retention of York Square.
So the
at that time,
the proposal at that time was to retain the 2 facades of the building. In the revised scheme, the proposal which we have evaluated as heritage consultants replaces that, and I'm here today to make very clear that is the proposal, and what is being in place of that as a revised conservation strategy.
I guess what I'm bluntly asking is, do you consider this an important heritage site?
Well, I think with the designation, it's clear that it is already identified as a significant resource, and I would not argue with that value statement. I think what I'm here to share with everybody is a proposal that shows the replacement of that designated resource as clearly as I can and as upfront as I can, and what has influenced that and what has driven that decision as a kind of community piece. So I hope that answers.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So there are no other queries of Philip Evans?
Yes, hold on.
Or Elizabeth,
Hold
yes?
on. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And so first Elizabeth and then Robert?
So
okay.
my question is, in the previous proposal, which we saw the ground floor plan, I think that was one of your slides. What's the nature of the proposal above grade? Was it, for example, as high as the proposal that we have before us now in the context of overall development, or was it lower? Was it less dense? Just very generally, what was it that led to the decision to not looking at these buildings. For what reason did that change? What other things came up that caused you to reconsider?
Well, the design and the proposal is very similar, Elizabeth, in terms of the heights of the buildings. What has changed is a greater step back from Avenue Road, a greater setback from Yorkville, a redesign of the tower to give greater light onto the public realm. What has been much debate within the community and the community values that have been quite instrumental in the revised proposal is the need to improve circulation at that corner and create a better public realm, a much wider sidewalks, much greater connectivity to the pedestrian fabric of Yorkville. And for that reason, what's before all of us today is a request to replace that existing structure, which sat directly at the corner as it exists in situ, and be removed and replaced with a new two-story structure, which is greater setback itself from Yorkville and Avenue Road, with greater sidewalk and public realm benefits.
Okay, I hate to do this to everybody. Philip, do not go away. But we have to take the vote right now before we go into a next question of whether we to extend beyond 12:30. So all in favor? Any opposed?
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
we can. Yes?
How many more items have we left?
After this one, we have one.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting crazy. So now we have to continue. We had, I believe, Jeff and Robert with questions. Robert first, please.
Philip, you're suggesting that what's before us is a comparison of two projects. Well, what we have, I think, in front of us, and I hope you agree, is to reiterate the importance of this place that's already been designated. What I think our decision is, it has to do with evaluating that place and not comparing to architectural schemes. So I'm not about to join in the conversation about which one is better than another, but to say this is such an important place that it should be kept. It should not be demolished. Are you willing to acknowledge that that is the decision before us?
Yeah, sorry, just trying to make sure I understand the question here. And Robert, and if I stumble through this, please help me. The existing resource has been identified and recognized and designated. The proposal in front of this group today is a request to demolish. It is not a debate or a discussion about what the value of this place is. That discussion has happened. It's been put forward to council. There's, it's funny. There's no, and I mentioned this the last board meeting. There's no process for which a private owner can have a debate or discussion about the value of their site unless it's in a heritage impact assessment. And I just want to be clear, that's not before the board today, is to debate what the value of this place. That's already been established. What's in front of us is the request to demolish the value on this site. It's not, to be fair, you don't have the context of the intricacies of the revised scheme. I provided that material to you today just simply for context, Robert. That process is still underway at the city, and they are trying, the group and this whole discussion is trying to establish the principles of this site strategy, which is why this request for demolition is before you today. I hope that helps.
Can we move on to Jeff, please?
Yes, my question for Philip, which I don't think was answered clearly, the question from Elizabeth Sysom. My question simply is, what is the height, the number of stories, the meters for the previous application and the current application? I think what's happened here is you've got now got two properties rather than one, and there's an interest by the developer to get more massing, more volume, more height. Therefore, my question is, give us the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And I didn't mean to skirt the issue by simplifying it. It's more or less the same, Jeff. It was 28 stories, and it still is 28 stories. I apologize, I don't have the density numbers, but they're not, as I understand, that far off. If you give me a minute, I can pull it up if there's another question, but I can pull that package up on my computer and give you those numbers. But it's more or less the same, if that's helpful.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
And I can just add, that's what was approved at LPAT. So what you have in the new building is essentially what was approved at LPAT. What wasn't approved at LPAT last time was the demolition of York Square. It was saved. LPAT had ruled that it was to be retained. And so now we have a new development proposal. And the question is, can this now be demolished, which would, I guess, require going back to LPAT. I think that's where I'll need clarification from staff. Robert?
Philip, isn't it a larger site now? Hasn't the site to the east been included? So the schemes are not entirely comparable?
Correct. And that is what I think, further to Sandra's point, is part of the difference in the two schemes. It is a larger site, and there is greater opportunity for enlarging the square. So I mean, as Sandra said, there was a requirement to keep the portions of the building and to reinstate a public square. In the larger scheme, the tower has been pushed back, the square has enlarged significantly, and the heritage resource is proposed to be removed.
Okay.
Would it not be possible to retain?
Yep.
Am I still speaking?
Yeah.
Yes, you are, and then it's...
Would not the larger site, in fact, allow you to maintain more of York Square than the previous scheme?
Robert, that's not what's proposed in the scheme currently.
I understand that. But
there is a larger setback from the from both Yorkville and Avenue Road,
yes,
with greater space around what is a new 2-story volume replacing the existing 2.5-story volume. There's greater space at that corner in the new scheme.
At what point did the demolition of the heritage resort become what was it? Was there a working group with city planning, heritage planning, members of the community? What was the form of that major flip? Where did it take place?
No, that's a good question, Paul. There have been a number of stakeholder and community sessions over the last couple of years to understand what to do with and how to refine the proposal with the inclusion of this additional piece of property. And what's come out of that, and I think we'll hear from others in the community today, that the interest in bringing the kinds of improvements that are described in this proposal occurred at that point. There have been many discussions with staff that have now been followed with a submission that is before and currently under review with staff. So we're in the midst of that process, Paul, to be fair. There was recently a public meeting following that submission. Actually, this week, I believe. Sorry, the days are blending. I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday night now.
Thanks.
Are there other questions of Philip? Okay. Oh, Elizabeth? Yes, Elizabeth?
Did this proposal go to the design review panel?
Elizabeth, I don't think it's I don't think it's at that place just yet. I don't think it has, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Just one fast question. I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer. Do you know who established the working group, who determined who would be part of it?
I can find out for you, Sandra.
I mean, perhaps the staff might be able to give me that answer as well, and the proponents might be able to give me that answer. Okay. If you don't have it handy.
I don't.
Okay. There are no other questions for Philip, which I don't think there are. Thank you very much. And now we'll go back to Alan Baker. Alan, are you there? Is Alan back?
Okay, there I go. Can you hear me now? If it's okay, I received a message from John Caliendo, and he would like to speak ahead of me, if that's okay.
Yep. The other Residents Association.
Looks like I'm batting cleanup.
ABC. Yes. John, are you there?
Thank you, Sandra. I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, the board. So I wanted to go before Alan because I've probably been on this file longer than most people. It's at least 6 years old, maybe 7. And I might help to clarify a few of the points that have been raised. So first of all, in terms of broader context, as you all know, we take heritage very seriously as a residents association. We're involved most recently with the U of T Queen's Park precinct. And so we didn't arrive lightly at supporting demolition, but we do support demolition. There are 3 very consequential developments taking place in our neighborhood. They've been going for some time now. They've taken literally hundreds of hours of our time, and I don't even want to calculate our financial resources in bringing experts in like Ken Greenberg, et cetera, to help us. That is Cumberland Terrace, which will have a significant piece of public realm, a public square. Secondly, probably most consequentially, 80 Bloor and 82 Bloor Street West, which will now result in 1240 Bay Street being demolished and the Village of Yorkville Park being extended to Bay Street, something no one believed was possible, but there we go, we achieved it. And this is the third. This is a very consequential piece of public realm and redevelopment. And I want to just sort of frame that. First of all, clarify one point. City staff earlier in their report spoke to the changes that took place in the 1960s, which of course are the Jack Diamond and Barton Myers changes, which we're all fond of. But the south side of the building, the Yorkville Avenue, was not. It was referred to as 1960s. It is not. It is early 1980s. The round windows were changed for those rectangular windows that you see. So the building that you see is of 3 iterations, but what in reality is going to happen is a 4th iteration, which effectively was approved at the OMB, is what in fact is the trade-off here between what is being proposed by the applicant and versus what will be on this site if we do not demolish. Meaning, it's a 4th iteration of the architecture and at that OMB hearing, which we attended in support of, it was a compromise. And it resulted, frankly, in what we would call a Victorian pastiche. I mean, they work fine in our neighborhood. We have a number of them, but we do not consider the building that was approved at LPAT/OMB to be of any significant historical heritage, because it's not. And then we use the term cultural heritage, which we do think is important. We support that, but we actually think we've achieved something that advances cultural heritage in our neighborhood. The new public realm will be some 60 to 70% larger than what was approved at LPAT. It will be placed in a public trust, which is pretty unique. It will be funded for 20 years for programming, cultural programming. And I'll emphasize that. And then I would close. So therefore, given all of that, we think it's a remarkable piece of urbanism. And we just think it's time for that particular site to evolve. And I'll close with the following, because we're all obviously respectful of the original architects. Barton Myers has an actual house on my street. On CBC News, December 7th, 2016, I'm going to quote Jack Diamond. I think it's fair to quote the architect. One person who is not against demolition is architect Diamond 84 at the time. He said he wouldn't mind if his red brick construction was torn down as long as a new building is supported with proper infrastructure and connects pedestrians to the streetscape. Quote, all the things it did were really important things to do, he told CBC Toronto Thursday, but it wasn't spectacular architecturally. Quote unquote, cities change. And we actually feel the same way as a community. We think that the next iteration that the applicants brought forward will be in every way superior. And, that doesn't in any way demean or denigrate what Jack and Barton Myers did. So thank you.
Thank you very much, John. You came under time. That's always good. Any questions of John Caliendo? Paul?
So,
Paul,
thanks. I noticed the last time or the time of the designation, this was back in 2014. Your neighborhood association director wrote to say that this was a vital component of Yorkville, this very district. Don't you think that the sort of transition to this of what you're planning now to essentially demolish all that, it could be a more coherent effort you could make a more coherent effort to convince the heritage community and basically the citizens of Toronto that you're not destroying a core cultural asset that you yourselves said 7 years ago is and that with new land and with new situation, the first thing to go seemingly was the cultural asset.
Paul, I thank you for the question. I acknowledge that in 2014, of course, we did make that representation. And it's no secret, our community and our board were initially quite split on this issue. But the support for demolition now is literally unanimous within the board. I can't speak, obviously, unanimous within the community. It's a broad community. But we've had extensive consultations on this, and there is very, very much support for this latest iteration. So the problem, Paul, is how do we define, culture? And the conclusion we've come to is that by having a more accessible and expanded public square, public realm, having it actually curated, like culturally curated with music, etc., is going to be far more used than what we see there now. Right now, let's be honest, what is unique about the space, and we use the term culture, is at first, obviously iconic architects and those iconic round windows. What is approved is what I referred to earlier, which is a bit of a pastiche, but kitsch. It's a Victorian kitsch which holds on to the round window. So between what is approved at LPAD and what is proposed, we think there's no contest.
Do you have any questions, Paula? Are there any other questions of John Caliendo? John, just let me ask you, who was part of your working group?
So Alan obviously will speak to that as well. The working group was consisted of ABCRA, Greater Yorkville Residents Association, the building to the immediate east, which is the Hazelton, and to the immediate north, which is what I refer to as the old Hazelton Lanes condominiums, but I think they've renamed that. I'm not 100% sure. But I think the condos are renamed. Anyway, so the buildings to the immediate north and the BIA.
And the BIA. Is this were staff at all city staff, planning staff?
So
the way Queen's Park was, you had different key stakeholders.
In the latest
that involved the city staff.
In the latest process, no, it was the community itself with the applicant.
Strictly between you and the applicant.
Yeah, the community and the applicant, yeah. Obviously, staff have weighed in on staff have expressed multiple opinions, and we've had dialogue with staff, but were we around a literal or figurative table together with staff? The answer is no, not on this.
And the
heritage, project. Okay.
The heritage community, you didn't invite them in either?
Well, they were involved, Paul, in the initial again, I'm not being evasive because we've gone through a number of iterations. So in leading into the LPAT, there was a very formal working group, which did involve staff as well, and the heritage community itself. Leading into this iteration, no, it's just been the community with the applicants. With staff, obviously, we've had multiple dialogue with staff, but not around a table like you would traditionally have a working group.
Would you be open to meeting with the community preservation panel and sharing all of this expert opinion you have provided, that you have determined, so that we can kind of come to terms in some coherent way with the loss of this important heritage resource?
Yeah, of course, Paul. Paul, of course. I should add that we did have, we've had Ken Greenberg involved acting as a reference for ourselves. We've had Michael Spaziani involved acting as a reference for ourselves. So this wasn't simply, we as, citizen kind of activists who were at the table. We always are careful to try to bring in people with an expertise. So to your point, yeah, of course, as I said, our board is unanimous, and I think we should give Alan a chance to speak to this. But of course, what you've asked for is extremely reasonable.
Okay, can we go on to Alan Baker? Any other questions? John, you're off the hook. It's Mr. Cleanup.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Alan, we can.
Okay. All right.
5
Good
minutes.
afternoon. I got it. Good afternoon. You know that my name is Alan Baker. I'm the president of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association, and we represent 44 condominium buildings, which are home to almost 10,000 residents. I'm speaking this morning to express our support for the current rezoning application, including the demolition of the designated heritage buildings at the corner known as York Square. Together with ABC Residents Association, which you've heard, we have been actively engaged in a collaborative discussions with the developers for well over a year. The developers attended a GIRA board meeting where representatives from most of our member buildings attended. They made a presentation of the proposal and answered a number of questions. The developers then left the meeting and a fulsome discussion took place. The overall opinion of our board was extremely positive. We felt that the slight twisting of the building provided so many positive changes, including a larger and more accessible public square, with much of it open to the sky, more sunlight on Yorkville Avenue, less impeded views from the Hazelton condominiums, improved entrance to the Yorkville Village Mall, and a retail jewel box, which will be an architecturally significant standalone structure that will create a focal point and gateway to the Yorkville Avenue. After our discussion at the meeting, the GIRA board unanimously approved the new development, including the demolition of the designated heritage buildings. Among those who voted unanimously in favor of demolishing the heritage designated buildings was one of our area residents who was a GIRA executive and board member, Paul Bedford, a former city chief planner. One other point that should be noted, GIRA does not take the position that all old buildings should be torn down to make way for new developments. On several occasions, GIRA strongly supported keeping what we consider to be important heritage buildings and precincts. As an example, we fully supported keeping the buildings on the west side of Yonge Street between Yorkville and Cumberland, and to incorporate them into a new condominium development. If you recall from last month's meeting, GIRA was also actively involved in opposing the U of T proposal on the planetarium site and in favor of asking for a heritage study of the Queen's Park precinct to protect the district. We feel not all old buildings are equal. Simply because a building is old should not automatically make it heritage. The city must be selective in choosing which buildings should be preserved. A well-known resident of the Yorkville area and former GIRA board member until his health issues made it difficult for him to attend our meetings is Bill Greer. Bill, as you know, is one of Toronto's most respected heritage advocates. I spoke with him a few days ago, and once again, Bill confirmed his opinion of York Square. He told me that I could quote him. So I quote Bill as follows: "York Square served its purpose at the time, but it has been obsolete for its proposed uses for several decades. I am supportive of it being demolished and being replaced with the proposed development. It's my understanding that one of York Square's original architects, Jack Diamond, does not consider this a heritage property. On behalf of our residents, we are asking that these heritage designated buildings be allowed to be demolished and ask that you please support our position for the benefit of the larger residential community and many thousands of visitors to the area. Thank you."
Thank you, Alan. Do we have Alan Baker?
And sorry, one more thing, if I may. I can't remember if somebody asked about the density of the project. My understanding is because of the increased property size and with the condo building being the same height, the density is actually lower. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. So now it is time to ask questions of staff. Are there any questions of Dan? Okay, discussion among ourselves then. Any comments? Okay, so before us, Jeff, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sandra, I just wanted to say one thing as Kim. I find it kind of ironic that some of the arguments for tearing down York Square is that the new building will set back to give a better sidewalk. And I think it's kind of sad that instead of talking about redoing our roads so they're not 6-lane highways like Avenue Road is, that we instead talk about tearing down heritage buildings to get sidewalk space. And that's kind of a nasty precedent to be setting, I think. Anyways, I just want to mention that. And the other thing,
it's an interesting.
The other thing that struck me was about, you know, I certainly respect the residents associations and their position for this. But on the other hand, it also kind of reflects something I feel quite strongly about, is that heritage affects larger groups than the immediate residents. I mean, we've come across this, the Davisville School, for instance. Everyone living in that neighborhood couldn't care less if the building was there or not. Whereas across the city, there was quite a huge outcry about people losing that building. So I think, you know, I think it's important that people across the city are aware of heritage issues when it comes to knowing what's being proposed to be demolished and what's not, because I think you find a few more letters kind of opposing the demolition than what we have in front of us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Good point. Others? Jeff, did you have comments you want to make? Go ahead.
Yes. First of all, I've got to say that this is for me personally, this is a dilemma, a clash of values. My, you know, interest in heritage and my role in heritage, but also I have a strong role in broader resident associations as co-president of Leaside and co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations, of which Gyra and what's the other one? are both active members. Although there's no conflict here, we have not discussed these applications at Fontra. But I absolutely can see both sides on this. I appreciate the reality is that you have to do, from a heritage perspective, you have to look at this structure, this building, in the context of its period, its association with the Diamond and Myers. Again, I have an association there. I worked with Kilbourne, who worked closely with Diamond and Myers. So again, there's an association there with the 1970s and that kind of period. And at the same time, you have a clash of an interest today of public realm. And it's absolutely the correct thing to do to increase the public realm. I think I've heard people from Gyra say that they've almost given up on worrying about height, because the heights are now in the stratosphere, and I mean, whether anybody will actually want to live there is a question. But the space race, the height race is on, as we know, and it now becomes an issue of public realm. How do you protect some ground space? So I personally am having a big dilemma in terms of my appreciation for the concerns about public realm. and my role and my interest in heritage. But I'm sitting here today as a member of the Toronto Preservation Board, and I'm going to have to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may.
And we are just before you comment, Elizabeth, clerks are letting us help us finish this item. It is 1 o'clock, but let's get through it, and then we may break just before the last item. But Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandra. So I also have in the same dilemma as Jeff Cattell expressed. We are in a situation now in the city of Toronto, which is really the victim of very heavy densification, and the impact is on the residents. And those residents primarily live in the center of the city. Somehow the densification does not extend north and east and west as much as it is focused in the center. And that is a huge problem because the weight, the burden of this densification is carried by the communities that must live within it. And it seems that there seems to be little recourse for those communities except to fight to make sure that they have the appropriate public realm in which they can function as a community. There seems to be no other option. York Square, in my opinion, has provided and has become a very important reference asset. It was developed at a time when development was occurring within Yorkville, and at a time when there was little regard to the existing fabric of Yorkville, the older houses, some of which were in great disrepair, and when developers were moving in, tearing them down and putting up 2- and 3-story kind of retail space. And I think one of the important aspects of the development of York Square was consideration of the public realm and introduction of the square, but also I believe that it led to the preservation of the homes along Hazelton Avenue and further east on Yorkville. And so I think from that standpoint, it has proven to be an important project within the area. I wonder whether the answer may not be to acknowledge that importance by some type of interpretive installation, recognizing the current square and the contribution that Jack Diamond and Barton Meyer's development made to the area of Yorkville, but that consideration also shouldn't be given to this particular proposal, which includes the expansion of public space and the public realm in the context of the current situation. Thank you.
This is a good discussion.
Thank you very much, Madam
Mike,
Chair.
go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll try to make my remarks brief. I intend to not support the staff recommendations, and I'll just read on why. This is a difficult decision for the community. It's been an unconventional and a quite adversarial process since prior to my involvement and well, way back to the previous application when it first came in. But having spoken to the previous city councillor and to those that were involved in the process, some of which spoke on the call and some that didn't, it's clear that no one was really happy at the end of the OMB hearing. We weren't getting the buildings the way they are now, the heritage buildings the way we are now. We were getting a very large building, far in my estimate, too big for that particular site. We were not getting the public realm that even currently exists there, albeit a bit more private than than is being proposed in this new proposal. So nobody was really happy, save maybe the developer. Well, that developer's gone. They left. They sold the site. We have a new proposal ahead of us that involves a bit more land, giving a bit more breathing space around the site. But they've come in with a proposal that in order to address some of the other issues that were outstanding on the site, the public realm pieces, they needed to make some changes to the way that the site plan worked. And that involved loss of what would have remained of these heritage buildings that I think are actually quite handsome, but that's an aside. What the new proposal offers is an opportunity to look at public realm differently on the site and provide like perhaps a blank slate for some new architectural and landscaping excellence to happen in this sort of iconic spot in Yorkville. I perfectly well understand that the knowledge and expertise on this committee may not be in the same position that I am at this moment, and I completely respect that. And certainly, I wouldn't try to convince you otherwise, because you are the heritage experts that the city's chosen to give us advice. And I feel very fortunate to sit on this committee. But on this particular file, I won't be supporting the staff advice on this. I have been asking staff about what the appropriate motion would be for me to do that. And I've concluded at this stage that it's just to vote against the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Robert. Robert?
Yes, I guess I can't agree at all with the councillor on this one. We've been through this. We've, I think, clearly established in previous processes this is a highly significant and important designated property. That's not in question, I think. What we have not been shown through the revisions to the site is a project that starts from the presumption that designated property should be retained. What I think everybody's been captivated by is that the new proposal is so much better than the last one. And what we have not been presented with is a project that says, let's assume we can retain almost all of the heritage attributes. We have a larger site, which presumably means that we can get a tower building without destroying what is already there. So I think we should get back to the original proposition, is that this is an important place that should be retained, restored by all means, and should be, therefore we should deny and support the staff report. This may be the one to go to the wall on. I mean, I think what this represents is the beginnings of a movement that made Toronto very, very great in the 70s. One of the reasons I came to Toronto was because this kind of thing was going on, because of the reform politics of that period. If we destroy this, in a sense, what we're doing is eradicating that history. And I'm not prepared to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Thank you. So the question that I have is, if we are prepared to vote for the retention of the buildings, not permit their demolition, is the proposal that stands the one that was approved by the OMB? Is that the option? Is that what is actually at stake here? Because from what I'm understanding from our counselor and from the community representatives is that that was unsatisfactory. Nobody was happy with it. So are we in fact voting for something that nobody wants but was approved by previous powers? Can someone answer that?
I think that's a staff question. Because I think, is there somebody on staff who can answer that?
Do you want to, through the chair, would you like to move back into the questions of staff? Because you'll have to leave your discussion period and come back to us.
I understand that. It's, I guess, the question is, can you give us a defined answer, or is that a rhetorical question? It's something to consider, because from what I'm hearing, I mean, I sat in the site on Wednesday afternoon. I'm torn. I really am. And in my pragmatic world, it comes down to which hill am I going to die on? And I'm not sure it's this one, but yeah, it would seem to me that that's what you would go back to, would it not be? It would be going back, just for clarification, so that we're discussing something based on fact as opposed to speculation.
Okay.
Mary, can you
absolutely what is currently approved with conditions at the OMB at the LPAT is alive. There's been no order, as far as I understand, because, orders await certain conditions to be satisfied, like heritage easement agreement and a variety of things from the heritage standpoint. And so that's on the books for anybody to use if they want to use that. And what's before you is a demolition, which, while associated with a concept, is not linked before you. It's an all or nothing. It's approval or refusal of the demolition. That's it. And then it goes. And then all that you have on that site at that moment is that approved LPAT scheme. And then negotiation would continue on what's coming in its place without any guarantee that that would actually happen, or apart from what's being proposed. And but developments certainly are subject to a number of forces, right? So in a way, it's to clear the site. I think it was indicated even blank slate. So the intention is to make this a blank slate, and that people will talk about it and come up with what they want to come into the blank slate. Is that helpful?
Okay, thank you. Now I have questions. Yes, it is. It's very helpful. So I have questions for Paul and then questions from Elizabeth. Paul?
Elizabeth, you can go ahead. I want to make my remarks.
Thank you, Paul. So as I understand, Mary, there is, through the chair to Mary, there is no actual proposal. There's no application with this proposal. This is still in discussion with the community.
No, there is an application, but it is under consideration and is undergoing the usual planning process. There's been no recommendations put out to city planning. It's kind of early for that, I suppose.
So in other words, the applicant can still change the conditions of the amount of the public realm and all of the other good things that we've been speaking about.
There is nothing that ties this particular demolition to any obligation.
Thank you.
If I could just, Madam Chair, if I could just add, just very quickly, essentially we're at a position where the planning department won't continue to work with the applicant on the proposal until the issue of the fate of these buildings has been resolved. And so and that's why it's before us, before the application is how it's been explained to me, because there are such strong conditions on the protection of these buildings that rather than undergo lengthy consultations about massing of buildings and exact setbacks, they're waiting to get this issue resolved first. Now, I should add, we did host a public meeting for this. I can't remember the date, but in the past couple of weeks, the public meeting was held.
Yeah, and just
thank you.
Just to further assist, I think you know, I think it's important that we understand whether or not it is the city's intention to keep this. It allows the division to negotiate more freely. But I would point out that it is still not conditioned. If council were to approve this demolition, it is not conditioned in any way to ensure that what you get is what you want. And so it is possible to do that. We haven't been approached with any questions in that regard. So it is possible, and we can take that offline to discuss in the future, if that is council's will, how the city's interests and how the public interests might be protected. And that is not the same as saying that the division can't move forward on the application. It just makes sure that those things are linked. So I just put that as food for thought. And a caution, I suppose.
Thank you very much.
Well,
no, it's all very helpful. Paul? Yep.
And just in terms of my remarks, I feel that with a new owner and new proposal, we have now something on the table. And we have a process that had its community consultation. We have an opportunity to address the concerns if we can, you know, get together and mobilize to be able to try and address. But if we were to say at this point, okay, you can demolish, it would be a very bad idea, because we could consider demolishing after we take stock now of what the new proponent and the new community have said, and it would be natural to bring that into a discussion with others, and to try and save the heritage or some elements or commemorate or whatever it is. But you know, there should be a way now to bring this through the last mile, while not agreeing to demolish at this point.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion, I think what's bugging us is that the heritage aspect of it wasn't really part to the discussion. And there might be some creative way of doing it, but that's the whole point. If we agree to demolish now, then it's really, as Mary said, it's a clean slate. You can't come back and say we made a boo-boo. And that's kind of, you know, where we stand at the moment. Well, gee, no one was happy with what LPAT had determined. So now we will reject demolition of the building. Maybe we can come up with something that is more satisfactory. I mean, this is one of those sites that I think is important, as Kim has stated. I think Robert's going there, and we certainly had the letter from the ACO. That is important to more than the local community. On the other hand, as a downtowner, I know how cramped and crowded things can get. So at this point, I'm thinking personally, we reject the demolition request. I think we have to engage Heritage much more within the community discussion. And as Paul says, if all is said and done, there really is no practical solution beyond an interpretive plaque, or a commemorative plaque saying this is what was here and this is what it inspired. I'm very narrative oriented. This is what it inspired us to do, that we care about public realm. Thank you, York Square. That we kept a certain type of building even when modern ones came in. Thank you, York Square. Thank you for what you did. But I'm also thinking of Bill Greer's remark. It had a purpose. Is that purpose gone? But my personal belief is to support the staff report.
Yeah, could I move to support the staff report? And on the basis of this is an important part of the narrative of Toronto building, and we don't want to lose this part of the narrative without further discussion and without openness to engagement on getting a solution here.
Yeah, Elizabeth, before we go ahead. Yeah.
So the one concern that I have is what Mary mentioned, that it seemed, unless I misunderstood what she said, she indicated that planning would not consider the scheme or would not be engaged in discussions with the scheme because of the current situation where these where these buildings would have to be demolished if in fact the scheme was going ahead. So the difficulty I have is that here we would like there to be more discussion about the scheme to see if there can be some resolution, but it seems that planning can't proceed with these discussions because of the nature of the scheme. So what do we do here? We're in a log jam. We need to direct planning, and that would include heritage planning and city planning, to be able to continue discussions to ensure that certain protections were put in place, because I think some of us are concerned that that with the demolition it would be a clear site, and what protections do we have for the extended amount of open space and public realm improvements and so on. I don't see that we can solidify anything unless there is discussions, and it seems that they won't occur. So how do we break that logjam?
Mary, I think you wanted to speak.
I'm happy.
Procedural, but
we're completely out of order. Yeah,
that we have.
I'm very pleased to help with your absolutely. So the best way to achieve that, and I think I think it's fair to acknowledge the conundrum of saying you can't continue necessarily negotiating the site while understanding something is going to be kept when the basis of the proposal is that it be gone. So how do you talk about public realm? And your conversations are all, well, if council allows the building to be knocked down, then we get this, blah, blah, blah. And then city staff is in a weird position because you have urban designers, community planners advocating for positions on things that are counter to the general divisional position of conservation. So it's helpful to have this cleared out. What can happen is that the demolition can be conditioned on certain things. So council can, just as you see in your reports all the time, when the council decision can refuse or can approve the demolition subject to a series of conditions. And the Heritage Act allows conditions to be attached. So in working through this, perhaps with a local councillor and in understanding of this, that may be a route that people would want to go, should there be the will at some body to discuss that. You know, as a staff member, I remain committed to the conservation of the building, but in my professional support for the board and council is to try to craft solutions that protect the public interest within the context of the will of the committee or council.
Okay. Jeff, I think we have to get towards the vote. It's 1:25.
So
what I was going to suggest is
Sandra,
Yep. Sorry, Jeff is speaking.
It's been a good conversation. What we need is as indicated by Mary, is a second motion that would say something to the effect that although the board, has voted, in support of the staff recommendations against demolition, but if it's in council's wisdom, they decide to demolish, then the following conditions should apply. Or the chief planner should be requested to provide the appropriate conditions before that decision. It's subject to that decision.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you very much. I literally 2 seconds ago sent just about what Jeff suggested to the TUICC account. I'll read it out, and maybe it captured it. It's probably not perfect, but
clerk.
It's close. So this wouldn't replace the recommendation. It would add to it. Add to it. Don't approve the demolition, and then add to it. Should City Council choose to approve demolition, that conditions be applied to demolition that achieve the public realm and other benefits of the planning application being considered by community planning. And then what we can endeavor to do is to draft those conditions prior to granting approval for demolition, should that be the advice that Toronto and East Area Community Council give.
Sandra, can I
that
say
may help.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ellen, clerks are probably ready to faint. Yes?
Okay, Sandra.
Speak, Ellen.
Oh, sorry.
Or sorry, no, this is Kim. Sorry,
yes,
Kim. You and Ellen sound very much alike to me.
Oh,
sorry.
I just wanted to say I don't understand why the demolition of this building would stand in the way of getting proper public realm on another scheme. Somehow it's like we either demolish or we get a public realm. I see no reason why this building can't be retained the way it is and you still get public realm improvements. Somehow it's gone into this sort of either or. I see no reason why that two-story little jewel piece in the new scheme can't be replaced with a considered design and renovation or whatever would need to be done to maintain the existing building there. I'm not really, with all due respect to Councillor Layton, I think that by adding that in, we're just giving council an out. They can just say we'll demolish it, and I just don't see why we can't have both. It doesn't make sense to me.
Barbara?
I would just like to, with I would like the motion to stand as it is. I think by approving this, as we all know, things do go under discussion later. It allows the opportunity for another proposal to come in. In the end, perhaps there may be demolition, or we would save some of the building. I would like this motion to stand as the staff has presented it, without amendments.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Because I would really like a vote. Robert, go ahead. Robert? Speak, Robert.
I just want to endorse what Barbara just said. I'm in total agreement.
Councillor, are you coming back or? Okay, Paul?
I'm here, sorry.
Sorry, Mike, okay. Mike, are you trying to speak?
Listen, if it's the will of the committee to send a strong message that these buildings should be protected, I don't want to water it down. I want to make sure that is clear. But I can commit to, if we're going down that road, that we will work on those conditions and make sure that it happens. It wouldn't preclude me from doing it.
Okay. Okay. Paul? Farley, Paul? Do you want to move the motion?
I've moved the motion. Motion's on the table.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were all aware. Okay. Do we want to make a recorded vote?
Yes.
Did you want me to conduct the vote, Madam Chair, or do you want to do it?
Please.
Okay.
Please, but I can second you on the names.
I will call out the names, and if you can just I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Did you want me to conduct the vote?
Well, can you?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah.
I have just a quick question. Is this the amended motion that we're voting on?
The original.
This is to adopt the item.
The original to.
So there's no amendment.
As it stands. No.
What?
Okay, I will just call your names out, and if you can indicate if you're in favor or opposed. Robert Alsop.
Unmute.
Robert.
In favor.
Paul Cordingley.
Muted, Paul.
Sorry, wrong button. In favor.
Paul Farrelly.
Paul?
In favor.
Matthew Gregor.
In favor.
Madam Chair, I don't see Alex present at this time.
He had to take off.
Okay. Jeff Kettle.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Layton.
Opposed. Opposed.
Okay. Barbara McPhail.
In favor.
Julia Ratty.
Opposed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Opposed.
Sandra Shaw.
In favor.
Elizabeth.
Opposed.
And Kim Story.
In favor.
Hang on. Yeah. That carries 8-3. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now take can we make it 30 minutes, Ellen? Because we only have one more item. A 30-minute break? Ellen, is that okay?
I did not hear the question.
We have one more item. Shall we take a 30-minute break now and come back for the last item?
It's up to the board.
Is that sufficient?
Sandra, you need to make sure you're not going to lose quorum.
I would prefer to just move ahead. I would prefer to go ahead.
Me too.
My preference would be just plow ahead. Let's get this over with.
I have to ask the city clerk because it's a bigger issue than that. Ellen, can we just finish? It's one more item. I know it's asked a lot.
It's up to the board.
Okay, all in favor of proceeding to finish the last item? Any opposed? Let's get it done. Okay, so we are on to PB 18.6, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 60 Queen Street East and 131, 133, and 135 Church Street. Which staff member is presenting, please?
Hi there, it's me, Liz McFarland.
Okay, Liz.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Liz McFarland, Heritage Planner for the City of Toronto. Yasmina, yeah, perfect. We can just move to the next slide. Great, thank you. Located on the east side of Church Street between Queen Street East and Shooter Street, the properties at 60 Queen Street East and 131, 133, and 135 Church Street are valued as a rare grouping of historic buildings that represent remaining examples of some of the earliest urban subdivision, development, and expansion along the east side of Church Street, where residential and commercial typologies flourished, alongside the adjacent contemporary cathedrals and churches of the time. Following research and evaluation, it has been determined that the properties at 60 Queen Street East and 131 to 135 Church Street meet Ontario Regulation 906, the criteria prescribed for municipal designation under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act for their design, associative, and contextual value. Next, please. So these are archival photographs before you show the historic context of the subject properties, which are adjacent to the heritage buildings at Metropolitan United Church, St. Michael's Cathedral, and the entire block of buildings on the north side of Queen Street East between Mutual and Jarvis Streets, and which are comprised of the Richard Bigley Building and Musson Terrace. So it is your image on the left there. Those latter buildings can be seen in the background of that 1909 photo. Next, please. So these current photographs show the eclectic mix of architectural styles of the subject properties, including the original and rare remaining pre-Confederation house form building at 131 Church Street, which was constructed in the Georgian style and typical of the 1840s. The photograph on the right actually demonstrates how the adjacent property at 60 Queen Street East both anchors the northeast corner of that intersection, as well as the building's distinctive corner turret and conical roof, an uncommon feature in commercial buildings in the city in general, and simultaneously a contributing feature to the building's local landmark status. Located across the street from the large open space flanking the Metropolitan Church, the building at 60 Queen Street East is a visible, familiar sight as viewed from the high traffic Queen Street streetcar today. Considered together, the subject properties are valued as a collection with historic, physical, and visual links to their surroundings that began more than 170 years ago. It's recommended that City Council state its intention to designate the properties at 60 Queen Street East and 131 to 135 Church Street under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and in accordance with the statements of significance attached as attachments 5, 6, and 7 to the, I think it was October 9th, 2020 report from the Senior Manager, Heritage Planning, City Planning Division. I think now I'll turn it over to my Heritage Planning colleague, Guy Zimmerman, who I think is going to speak a bit to the current development proposal for the site.
there? What
I
has
can't seem
happened
to access the. Oh, can you hear me now?
We can
Hello?
hear you. Yes,
Oh
we
no,
can
I'm just
hear
doing the
us.
space bar because, yes, I don't have access to the normal when it's on the screen sharing for some reason. So I'm just going to hold down my space bar and blast ahead. I've got a number of slides, but I'll kind of zip through them and leave the more detailed explanation to the heritage consultant and the applicant and architect if there are more detailed questions. Yasmina, could you go to the next slide, please? So in addition to what Liz has described as those properties on the west half of the site, this site plan shows the full extent of the site. And next slide. That's just a 3/4 view of what Liz was showing. Now the opportunity here, which we don't always get, is to preserve the street frontage, yet still have the east side to be open as the new development. And so these buildings are incorporated into a 3-story podium that then increases to a 7 or 8 on the west side with a datum relationship and a 57-story tower on top of it. So there's setbacks on Queen Street of 3 meters at those buildings to the north, and then a more generous setback of 5 to give the sculptural character of the corner a bit more breathing room. Next slide, please, Yasmina. So I'll just go quickly through the plans. There's the west elevation. You can see the what will be restored 2-story existing fabric that's not on list now and will be designated as part of this and restored to commercial at the base, but there's no need for access into the development. That all happens on the east side. Next slide, please. There's the south elevation and the adjacent approved context at 88 Queen to the east. Next slide. The east elevation, the east kind of least interesting, but there you can see the lower podium definition that corresponds to the Church Street retained heritage. Next plan, please. There's the ground floor. The retail off Church gets kind of eaten into as a necessity of the development, but there is still active retail on Church Street. And then you can see to the east the servicing access and the whole development where it opens up in a very contemporary manner. Next slide, please. just going up the floors quickly. The mezzanine level. Fourth floor, showing this. I put this in because it shows some of the setbacks, step backs. You can see on the corner the more generous step back around that corner building, and then the kind of waste as in midsection, not of where the step back gives definition to that lower scale podium to relate to the traditional buildings. Next slide. Roof plan. The building then the building steps out again once it gets to a certain height over the heritage buildings. Next. The overall elevations. And again, the applicant will go into more detail. Yeah, that's fine. The massing. Next one, Yasmina. So the only other thing is this this falls into the concern about view protection to St. James Cathedral, defined point on Front Street, and there's the sort of protected view corridor. Next slide, please. So this is part of the study of just what aspects would be protected of that sky view. This was from previous staff studies. Next slide, please. This shows some of the modeling of the 89 church in the, I don't know what color that is, kind of green, aqua green. And you can see where there's a certain sky around the church and spire. And the next slide. Yasmin, you can go on if please. Yasmina, do you read me? I think there's just one left in the deck. So that shows that's the proposal, and you can see where it steps back. Oh, did you catch that? Steps back at the at that datum line next to the tower of the church. And that's all I have. And now I believe the heritage consultant, unless there are questions from staff, I'm just going to try and switch back now to get my mute back on. I've just been holding my
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hello, Ahmad. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, perfect. So thanks everyone for hearing me out. I know I'm the last speaker for today, so I'll try to be as efficient and to the point as possible. You may see some duplicate items from Guy's presentation, so I'll try to add a bit more detail to what was presented without repeating too much myself. So, and I'll keep my acknowledgements at the end, so once you hear them, you'll know that I'm close to the finish line. So, so next, please. So this picture is the subject buildings as of this past Monday. Next slide. And the same one turning the corner on Queen Street. And I just wanted to point to note that since we were involved on the project in about 3 years ago, the buildings were not on the heritage register. So when an application was pre-application was discussed, along with city staff, we recognized that there was some potential heritage value, which was well summarized by Liz earlier today, and which we'll be showing as part of this presentation. Next slide. So a quick visual of the current context. So as described earlier, we're close to many heritage buildings, notably the church, the two churches west of Church, as well as many listed buildings south of Queen Street. But also we're located in proximity to existing the mixed use and high-rise developments. Two of them adjacent to the north and to the east that are either under review or partly approved, notably the one at 88 Queen Street East. So it just reflects that there's an evolving character for this site and its adjacency, which is appropriate in accordance with not just the official plan, but also the proximity to the downtown core and public transit. Next slide. So you've seen these before, so I'll try to go relatively quickly. So the Church Street elevation, the setbacks that Guy was mentioning are shown here, the 3 meter and the 5 meter. 5 meter to express more the corner turret, as well as the particularities of the roofscape of the two buildings closer to Queen Street. Next slide. Along Queen Street, so you've seen that before. And as it turns the corner, I'm going to show the next slide as well along Dalhousie. The design of the infill just east of the Heritage Building picks up on the narrow bays that are established on the corner building there. So as the Heritage Buildings start from Church Street and turn the corner along Queen, the same treatment was done from Queen Street turning the corner along Dalhousie. So that was important to be shown as an urban design feature. So next slide. And after that slide, I'll quickly move to the next one because you've seen this before. So floor plans, I'm highlighting here in yellow the retail units along Church Street. So there is an intention to maintain this fine-grained retail character that's currently shown on Church, but allowing some level of flexibility to, first of all, accommodate the new development. So while we recognize that there's going to be some building to be removed, we wanted to maintain that fine-grained character. So ways to do that is we're keeping the existing doorways to animate the streetscape, as well as partly reconstructing some of those demising walls, which are shown in a brighter yellow. Not to the full extent so that we can permit some level of flexibility in the event that two retail units need to be combined for a more appropriate square footage area. So we wanted to have that balance for this new development. Next slide. On the upper floor, highlighted in yellow, is a new 4,700 square feet community space as part of the Section 37 agreement for the site. Next slide. And over here are context views that were produced to understand the relationship between the existing buildings at grade with the build form that's proposed, as well as the build form that's currently existing on the site, looking north and south on Church Street. So in orange is the addition. You can see the setbacks that are proposed from the heritage buildings, as well as on the picture to the right, how the tower component is moved closer to Church Street in order to address the protected heritage view for the St. James Cathedral. So there was many things to accommodate and address as part of the location of the tower component. Next slide. So these are a bunch of archival images that we found to help inform the conservation strategy. So given the prominent intersection at Queen and Church, we were fortunate to find many photographs that are going to be useful to propose a restoration strategy, along with the rehabilitation of the buildings there. So I have 4 more slides showing the treatment for each of the buildings, given how different they are from one another, and they merit each one to be discussed a little bit more. So the next slide will show the first building to the north at 135 Church. It's currently missing its cornice, so we're bringing it back thanks to photographs that we have available, as well as removing some signage to better expose the storefront features. The next slide. 133 Church, so similar, we're bringing back its cornice, which is missing at the moment, and we would like to enhance the storefront features. So there is leaded glass that is currently existing on the building, but covered with plywood, as well as 2 raised entrances, which, having read the heritage attributes proposed for the building, these raised entrances are identified as heritage attributes. So we would like to address that value, but at the same time, we need to address accessibility to these storefronts. So part of the conservation plan we will be discussing moving forward. This is something we can look into, but happy to discuss with the board if you guys have any solutions to this as well. Next slide. So for the oldest building on the site, there's not much features left, but we have photographs showing at the gable wall, former octagonal window, as well as an OG gable shape. So we would like to restore that for the restoration, as well as providing a more sympathetic storefront design at the base. And for the final building, which is my last slide, I am as eager as you to remove the yellow cladding that's currently on the building and to expose as much as possible the brick and any kind of stone feature that we can find. This 1921 pictures gives us an idea of what hopefully we will find, but it also helps us provide some restoration guidelines and some features for the storefront. So we have the proportions and we have general design features. So that's going to help us in a proposed restoration when we replicate the storefront. Unless we find some features once we remove the granite or all of these other cladding, this is something we will see once we get to the conservation plan stage. So this concludes the presentation. I just want to thank quickly staff for bringing this this report forward. It was many years of discussion and collaboration with everyone involved, and also for making the research to recognize the heritage value of the site, which we intend to enhance as part of the development. And for the site itself, provided that it was originally designed as part of a development for the site, this is now a new portion of the evolution and the story of the site. So that's pretty much it. I'm here with the applicant and its architect if there's any questions, but I'm also here to answer any questions you may have. And hopefully that was under 5 minutes.
Super. Thank you very much, Imad. Are there questions from the board? I'm just getting that with you again. Hold on one sec. Robert?
Yeah, I have a couple of categories of questions. So I'll start with the first one. Would you bring up the ground floor plan that shows the retail? That one. It seems to indicate, you indicated that my question is really, am I on the right track here? Am I interpreting things correctly? You said that you wanted the fine grain retail to be restored. I look first at the arrows, which indicate entrances. We have a bunch of old entrances. Let's take the first one, the most northerly one. It has some kind of circle in the entrance, but no red arrow to it. I assume that means it's a blank. There's somehow a sign that goes on the door that says no entrance. And I work my way down southwards. The next one has an entrance. The next one has an entrance. And then there's another blank. And then I come down further and I see a red arrow and no entrance. And then I come down to the corner and there is an entrance. And I come on Queen Street, those seem to be the entrances to the residential lobby and to some kind of community space on the second floor. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, when I look at the plan of the retail, if we look at the dimensions of the depth of that on most of it as it goes southwards and goes around, wraps around the corner, there seems to be a veneer of retail. It seems to me it's maybe 5 meters deep from window to back wall of the retail, and then when it gets to the indented entrances, something around 4 meters depth of retail. Is that correct?
Yeah, so where it gets a bit narrower, so for 131 and 133, it's approximately 5 meters.
Yeah.
And then when it gets a little bit deeper, I believe it's 6
and
to 7
there are
meters.
columns running down, a line of columns running through the middle of that retail.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So my question is, who the heck is ever going to rent such space? I mean, it's not viable as retail. unless the whole thing becomes, I don't know, a coffee bar maybe.
Well, I understand that. So for this reason, I'm certain structural matters can be looked at too in more detail once we get into the later stages. But as well, for this reason, it was asked to provide some level of flexibility in the event we needed, for example, 2 units to be combined and other 2 units to be combined as well. So it really depends on what's out there in terms of the commercial requirements and the demand. And I guess things may change with COVID, but for this reason, that we need that flexibility to increase the spaces if it was needed.
But you presented this in a way that suggested that we were getting fine grain retail replacing those heritage buildings. It seems that that's not, in fact. The recessed entrances, I think you said were part of the attributes.
Yes, but I believe
But should there not then be entrances rather than blanks?
Yes. Well, we have the arrows that I've shown in here is what was identified in the plans. It is possible that as we move forward, and depending on, again, the requirements of the retailer, we open up more doors. And provided that, and this is, I guess, my own thought and assumption, but given in a post-COVID world, they're going to encourage like 1 door to enter, 1 door to exit. So it would be for the benefit to have operable doors, but that's not my call. So
I entrances were entrances to the upper levels of the building, to a staircase that gave access to the upper levels of the building.
Correct.
I think we have a case here where maybe we're creating very dangerous places where there is no door, just a recess in the face of the building. And I think, that may be something you want to take up with heritage staff when you get to the real bullshit. But the other comment, and I'll propose this as a question, am I right in thinking that that is more than 50% of the Queen Street frontage does not have any of that quality that you're trying to achieve on Church Street? We have a blank staircase, escape stair, exit. I'm not quite sure what some of these are, but the only real entrance beyond the corner Queen of Church is the entrance to the lobby. Am I correct in thinking that?
That's correct. There's an entrance to the lobby, the far east one, and the one adjacent to it is the entrance towards the 2nd floor community space. But then the other,
what is that community space
on the 2nd floor?
Yeah.
It's labeled as community space. It's gonna. I believe this is going to be a discussion with the local councillor about what's appropriate there.
So there is no program for that space at the moment.
Perhaps
that hasn't been determined at this point.
As far as I know, I don't think there's a defined program. Perhaps the applicant could elaborate more, but my understanding of the Section 37 agreement is that there would be a certain amount of square footage allocated in the development, allocated for community space.
I see. Okay.
And then, yeah.
Okay. And then if I move on the east side of the building, it's largely blank surfaces as far as the public realm is concerned, and entrances to parking and loading and that sort of stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that's the place where you've enlarged the public realm, and on the corner we've got a Pops. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Frankly, this is a comment, I guess, but this seems a little odd to be contributing to the public realm what is essentially a lane with a blank wall service. And so.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, are there other questions and comments?
I haven't,
Mainly
I wanted to
questions.
pursue some. Can I pursue something
I'm
further?
sorry, Robert. Okay, as long as it's question.
Yes, I want to now understand the views protection. Could you go to the views protection slides?
If I can add, I don't have specific view protection slides as part of my presentation. I believe this was from
staff. Okay.
Yeah.
With staff, yeah.
Can I question staff on that?
When we get to the staff question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for I just a second, I have to try and see you because the presentation is still up. Peters, I don't see anyone. Can you, if I'm missing anyone, can you just say, Sandra, I have a question? Here we go. We're back into my grid, my beloved grid. Okay, there appear to be no more questions for Imad. So Imad, thank you very much.
Thanks everyone for your time.
And now, okay, questions of staff of Guy. I made him French. Guy. Jeff.
Yes, I've got two questions.
Jeff, go ahead.
Hello, are you hearing me? Two questions. One is the Metropolitan United Church is right next door. There was no reference to a view corridor from Metropolitan or involving Metropolitan United Church. Does that mean that that church is not listed or designated building? Hello?
Guy?
Why don't we try it? And then why don't you do
I hear speaking, but it's not. Where did Guy go? Guy has disappeared. Is that correct, Mary? Are we guyless?
I do not see Guy anymore. I'm not sure what happened. I would ask Joe Muller if you are monitoring the situation, if you could step in and answer.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure what happened with Guy other than some potential technical difficulties. I'll try to connect with him. In answer to your question, the Metropolitan Church is designated under Part 4 of the Heritage Act.
But there was no question about shadowing onto the United Church?
I'd have to go to back to the consultant to look at their shadow studies in terms of whether there's any protection on that. I would again defer to the consultant to see what documentation they have. You know, we did. The focus of our view corridor was on the St. James Cathedral, and I think that in general we didn't see significant shadowing on Metropolitan.
I would have thought there would have been major shadowing being located southeast of the church. Pretty major shadowing. Anyway, my second question is, as you are probably aware, the Planning and Housing Committee recommended, and then council, I assume they approved the retail guidelines last week. And this really refers back to Robert's issues with the retail, viability of retail in these kind of situations, mid-rise, high-rise, on the ground floor. Any comment about, are you, well, maybe it's not your department, maybe it's urban design, but are the retail guidelines applicable in these heritage situations, and are they being used by staff?
I would say, number one, if I can mention to Ellen, I think we got a request from Roy Vaccarelli to see if he can speak. I'm not sure if we can give permission to him, realizing that we're past the questions.
We are past.
Yeah. I am not aware of how we would apply those retail guidelines for heritage, not being much, you know, we're more concerned with heritage fabric rather than use.
Yeah, it's just Robert's frequent line of questioning at these meetings has been related to that, and it would be great if those guidelines did in fact find a use in heritage situations.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of staff? Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff. Oh, wait, Robert? Okay.
Yeah, of staff.
Speak.
I had the questions about the views protection. St. James Cathedral. You said was a staff question.
Yes.
So could
But it was in the staff presentation. That's why you go to staff. Joe, can you answer questions about the view corridor to St. James?
Sure, I can try.
Can you bring up the slide?
So ask Yasmina, I think that was one of the last slides on the Liz and Guy deck.
I believe there were 3 slides. Can you back to back? Yeah, no. So this view corridor is from Front Street through Market Square towards St. James Cathedral. Could you go to the next slide? Now, am I right in understanding that amount of sky is to be protected, or what is to be protected in this view?
I'm trying to recall on that. I believe that's what the existing condition is.
Yes.
If I stand to be corrected.
And does the blue line represent the frame of that view?
It's not the definition of what is to be protected. That is subject to a staff report came out, I believe, in early to mid 2019 on that, essentially identifying what the existing sky view is and a desire on what the potential protection would be for that. It's not
okay. So let's
yet.
go to the next slide, and that's what we would see today.
So those are existing approvals,
right?
And that
and those are claimed to protect the view of the cathedral spire.
It's argued that there is the desire to keep some sky to the left of the spire.
And then the next slide shows what this proposal would further block.
Correct.
And does that meet the guidelines of the view protection?
Yes, in a nutshell. I mean, that's under the current protections. Yes. But those are being refined through a staff report in conjunction with urban design and community planning. That's not formal yet, but that is what we arrived at to protect the sky as best we could.
Okay, well, that seems entirely unsatisfactory to me, but anyway, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is, I guess. Okay.
Are there any other questions? And just call out to me if you wish to speak, because I can't see all of you at the moment. I'm just going through. I don't see, oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, no other questions of staff? So let's have discussions ourselves, comments, questions of each other. Robert? Robert?
Yes. With regard to the retail, it seems to me that's entirely unsatisfactory. While the setbacks from the frontage of the new buildings is claimed to establish a kind of three-dimensional quality for the buildings, for the existing buildings. Surely that three-dimensional quality should be extended to the interior of the retail, and the claim that the small-scale retail is to be retained is absurd, given what we see from the plan. I have some real concerns about having these false recess entrances along the street. I think would not meet SEPTED standards. And I think that it would be absurd to build into the restoration of those buildings, those recessed entrances where they are blanks, where they in fact are not entrances, but are blocked off. We've seen many examples of this kind of thing, this veneer of retail, and I think we should be following, at the very least, the city's guidelines with regard to retail in any of the heritage projects. The views protection mystifies me. I would have thought from the information we're provided with that the window to St. James Cathedral would have been maintained, as demonstrated in that second diagram that we just looked at. This proposed development seems to add to the agony of St. James Cathedral. There's a thin slither of sky between new building and church spire. It seems to me is unacceptable. But I have to acknowledge that that may not be the policy, and therefore my view is irrelevant. But I think that needs to be further examined. But I don't quite know how that would happen, but it seems to be an absurd kind of protection for a spire. It's got to have some sky to be a silhouette, which I think is what is being protected, or should be protected. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any other comments? Okay, other comments? Does someone want to make a motion to adopt the staff report? No one wants to make a motion. Elizabeth?
I'll do it. Okay.
Who's doing it? Matthew?
I'll do it.
Ellen, did you get? Yeah. Ellen, did you catch who's making the motion?
Yes, thank you.
For the staff report? Okay, all in favor of the staff report? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Was
did
that-
you,
I'm
sorry, did
Robert,
you want a
was
recorded
that
vote
fine?
on that?
I didn't, but I'm just wondering if I saw it accurately because they're tired, they're slouching, and I thought I saw all hands up, and now I had it went later. So just please, all in favor of the staff recommendations, the staff report, please put up your hands clearly. Is there anyone opposed? Robert is opposed and Paul is opposed. Okay.
I'm sorry, if it's
So
going to be a
that
sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. If you're going to do a recorded vote, I just need to know, because other than that, we won't be noting who voted against. So if either we record the vote or you just do the show of hands and then tell us if it's carried.
That's what I had. You can't hear something. That's what I had suggested, that I don't think we require a recorded vote. I believe we just have 2 board members who opposed. All others who are currently present.
Okay, thank you.
Are in favor. Yeah. And you understand that Kim and Alex are gone.
If the vote is not being recorded, that it doesn't matter as long as there's quorum, then we don't do individual names in the record. Thank you.
Well, yeah. Okay. So I think we're done.
Move adjournment.
If anyone's still standing, can they make a motion to adjourn? Jeff, all in favor? Goodbye. See you in November 30th, I think. Thank you.